Man, I hit my head on the ceiling frolicking.
Okay,
Come to play PUBG. No, I don't want to play PUBG. That's a weird thing to put in a YouTube comment.
Play PUBG with me. I wanna
C-O-T. Okay, really? You're
gonna do that to me? Oh, okay, hello? Come play PUBG with me. I wanna see your titties. Okay?
Wait, there's 2 bones.
What?
Well, there's one in the bedroom and one in the basement.
Miss World, oh, no, fucking sorry, I'm reading my chat. Bins, you know that there is a dog bone, like a toy bone in the master bedroom? That is a dog toy.
Hello.
That is a dog toy on the ground, Bins.
My apologies.
Why does it look like a real bone?
What? It's a fucking toy! Are you a dog? Do you have the mind of a dog?
I got a dog in me.
You do have the dog in you. I'm fully convinced now. My parabolic is working in reverse. My parabolic is literally working in reverse. My parabolic is working in reverse. It's literally still on and I don't even have it in my hands. Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't even have it in my fucking hands. What in God's creation is JoJo on? JoJo? Hey. Yeah? I'm not even holding my parabolic. It's not even on. My audio is still muted and I can hear the ghost breathing in my ear nonstop like he's just coming infinitely. Someone please fucking clip it and send it, please. This is a brand new fucking bug. He just won't stop coming. That's a gin!
Oh, that's a gin. That's a gin.
That's a fucking gin!
She did not.
What the fuck? The smudge didn't work! The smudge didn't work at all!
That is crazy. My smudge did not work, even though I like different. I need everyone to see what just happened.
Used to call me corporate in high school because I was bossy. Honestly, that sounds about fucking right, Miss World. That sounds like you've got the right profile to be a Twitch mod. We are Captain Kirk. We fly the USS Enterprise. We fight for the galaxy.
Stand by.
Okay. A linton.
I'm gonna send you a song. You have to listen to it. It's from French Elvis.
Oh God, fucking French Elvis sounds like a jump scare. He's not real. French Elvis can't hurt you. He's not real. Oh where, 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 oh where. Oh, you don't know the hound dog. Oh shit, it's doing the thing. Oh, you don't know the hound dog. Hey guys, is it just me or is there no equipment on the wall at all? What the fuck is happening? There's nothing here! Hello? Hello, guys. How is it going? Hello. Hello, Rosary Girl. Hello, Miss World. Hello, Bellacore. Hello, 42. Hello, Fang. Hello, Every's Blue. Hello, Dew. Listen, if we get to defeat the Ender Dragon today, that'd be sick. Nether Dragon, close enough. Who else is here? Did I say hi to you, Maggie? Hi, Maggie. Lemon. Hello. I just added all the new bingo calls. For Minecraft, that's cool, isn't it? We got new ones for bingo, for Minecraft, that way more people win. We've got the new, the new leaderboard's up right now, so it's anyone's game. Hello, Zox. Hello, Goodek. Goobrick. Check out this leaderboard. It's still anyone's game, so you guys better get your head in the game. Check this out. Alien wears sunglasses in first place with 210. Gudic 185. Mick can't win. Glassheart Ace 110. MLTCP2 with 110. This is anybody's game. This is anybody's game, really. This is anybody's game. Oh shit, he back. See the Mick can't win? No, they're VIP already. See the friend slap card I typed up? I did. We're not playing friend slap days, so we didn't add it, but I did see it. Thank you for that. What's the story with French Elvis? We were playing with our French friend Eubens. They're French, very, very French. And we were playing Faz with them, and they were like, you need to listen to this song by French Elvis. And I was like, there's a fucking French Elvis? And it was a whole thing. Eubens is a delight. Our friend from France. Exactly. We celebrate Oliver Tree this week. I don't know if anyone caught it. The first song that played. The first song that played on stream today during the intro was Miss You by Oliver Tree. That song is a certified banger. I don't know why I wasn't on my playlist before, but I actually fuck with that song heavy. I don't have good internet. I'll have to watch later. Let's wait for a minute. Hell yeah, Ashlyn. I'm glad you made it, even for a little bit. Thank you. And hello, Beowulf. It's good to see you guys. It's good to see you guys. Have had a busy day. My favorite song last few months is Flowers. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know much of his discography. I just know that I fuck with Miss You pretty hard. I don't know how much that song sounds like the rest of his discography, but if it does, then sweet. I fuck with that song. That was another song called Miss You playing right now, which is pretty funny. There's a lot of songs called Miss You out there. A lot of missing going on in the world. And I'm glad you guys didn't miss me today. Is there anything new? His new album came out in April. It's so good. I ought to check it out. Yeah, you know, it feels like, oh, fake fan. You know, you gotta fucking don't listen to a guy until he fucking dies in a terrible, awful manner, but you know, it's what he would have wanted. All right, it's crazy how that thing how that happens. Like you almost get amplified. Like your art gets amplified after you pass away. I feel like it's because it highlights the fact that you did something that left a mark in the world. You know? No idea who that man was, but I respect that he went out with that terrible haircut. Well, that was his whole thing. right? He was like, everyone else stands out by being like this super attractive, traditionally attractive, like fucking pop star, like selling your sexual image. And he's like, I'm gonna stick out like a sore thumb by being the sore thumb, you know? Oh, he's death brought a whole new generation to his music. Probably. I think it really happens to anybody who already has an established fan base and has for a while. Like, it kind of revitalizes their art because it makes people go back and be like, well, they're never gonna make it. Oh god. Oh my god, the Mojang logo turned me fucking red. It's like, well, they're not gonna make anything else, so let's see what they left behind, you know? How do you want to make your mark? Probably, I mean, these videos may exist on the internet for their end till, you know, these videos will, in one way or another, outlive me as long as the servers stay up. Who out here chud maxing? Me. So, like, I guess the funny Twitch clips you guys make of me smiling, laughing, having a fun time, you get things that made you guys laugh. That's kind of where I'm at, you know? We've already got things out there that'll outlive ourselves, right? Yeah. Describe his music as weird and whimsical and unique. He's such an underrated artist. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think he, like, sort of transformed pop music. He was kind of like the first symptom of, like, pop music being able to be done by anybody. Like, he kind of proved that you could fucking make weird fucking whimsical shit and be hella untraditional, like in the internet era. Like, he started off on Vine. Then it came so he can keep the Twitch servers up. Oh my god, do not fucking send money to Stream Elements, guys. Who knows where that money's gonna fucking go? Alright. Change the link? There's no other way to tip me. Bits do the same thing. Bits are bits, the Twitch doesn't get a cut of bits. The exclamation point alerts would show the bit redeems. Add a PayPal link? I guess, yeah. 6-7. I like how 6-7 does the fucking emote. Taylor just earned her 15th #1 with I Knew It, I Knew You. You know, that's really great. I'm glad the establishment keeps winning. No way. Taylor Swift's got another #1? I wasn't expecting that. Fork Founding Kitchen. The underdog. She's truly the underdog, guys. Keeping up with the World Cup at all? Not really, no. I don't really follow sports, TBH, to be honest. Everyone's talking about the World Cup, talking about the Knicks. I ain't got much else. I don't have much to add to that, to be honest. Oh, also, Ashlyn, thank you for the 130 stream streak, and Zox, thank you for the 3 stream streak. Didn't they call James Corden a wanker on the World Cup? I fucking hope so. Hello? That's funny as fuck. Good for them. Let me switch to Minecraft music real quick, and then we'll join JoJo's. We'll join JoJo's Discord call. Keep this song on, it's too late. Mulberry Street. Mulberry Street is kind of Minecraft coded, but dude, it's so annoying to tab out of Minecraft because it's not fucking borderless full screen. You fucking wanker! I love Minecraft Mondays. I'm so glad to fucking hear that. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, streaming's been hard recently. Actually, probably, possibly tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, I'm gonna do my first attempt to do my first integration between sort of making mixed media content, meaning I started writing a video, a YouTube video yesterday, because I haven't written a YouTube video in like years. And I started writing a video yesterday that would involve me playing as many backrooms games as I can. And so I thought I may as well play as many backrooms games as I can on stream, and then use the VODs from that to, you know, be a part of that video. So YouTube dual stream, possibly. Yeah, I got that shit set up yesterday, but I'm waiting for Nick to help me out with a few things to make that sort of more streamlined. But he's a busy man too, so YouTube mod experience in it. Yeah, I need to figure out how to do that stuff. But I'm trying to figure out how to get YouTube chat on my screen, YouTube chat on my OBS, before I go live on there, and then it'll be good. Questing C14 cat. Okay. We're taking requests now. C4 18. Add to queue. All right, let's join JoJo's Discord call, and we gon' game. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
Fine. I've been fishing. I have some shit.
Oh shit! I gotta take a look. Give me 1 sec. Gudic, what the fuck, man? What the hell?
Are you gonna start?
What the hell? Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now. I was setting my Discord settings. Thank you, Gudic.
5 subscriptions.
Gudic, thank you for the 5 year dad. Oh fuck! Wrong. I'm on the wrong buttons. I'm on the wrong buttons.
Albert Ninja.
My bad.
So, how do I
Zach, don't give me money, please.
How do I repair? Hey, what you call it? Hey, a fishing rod. But I forgot how.
Thank you, Zach, for 10 more gifted. Goddamn. I think you just combine it with another fishing rod. Is it
Well,
enchanted?
what if it's enchanted?
Oh,
though.
an anvil then. I don't know how to other than that.
I thought anvil was only for like metal
let's go,
things.
Spark. Spark got a subscription.
I'm using too much logic in Minecraft.
Yeah, you are. Got a sub, never been here, but hey, hello, welcome in. I hope you enjoyed your sub. We're playing Minecraft right now. I swear, we're playing
Combine 2
Minecraft.
fishing rods.
We just got started, so it's interesting time to join.
We don't have an anvil yet, but I guess we
Hello.
can make one.
Twitch seems to think you
We have
might
a
like
fuckload
me.
of iron, so.
So, hi. Minecraft
Really?
Monday! Welcome in, Amber.
I've literally just been sleeping there all day.
Oh, you combine both tools. And,
Yeah.
Okay, there we
In
go.
the anvil, yeah.
Thank you, Zach, for 10 fucking gifted. What the hell?
Shared
He
hype
said,
train.
Nice try, Gudic. Oh my
Damn, it's already-
gosh!
It's already level 4.
I'm a
on, chat, get on it.
I'm a certified likable guy. I know this is like
Hi,
the
Mai, how are you?
biggest hype train I've had in a million.
By the way,
years.
this is the monthly sub goal. Do you see this? It is June 15th and we don't even have 300, chat. We're not gonna make it.
Oh my god, bro! Listen, the tow truck pulled my Ferrari out of my parking lot, dude. My 12-car garage is now down to 6 cars. Oh my gosh.
It's tough out here. It's tough out here when you got no oilers.
I've actually, well, no, the Strait of Hormuz is open, so, well, it might be open sometime shortly, so maybe the oil will start to pour back in.
Are you gonna sleep?
Oh yeah, my bad. Sorry. Please, my car was in there. Yeah, they actually towed Zach's car away.
Right.
It's loud in here. Whatever, Fank.
If you want to go kill Mr. Dragon sometime soon, I need us to make a brewing area so we can have potions and shit.
Yeah.
The brewing area can just be like above this section up there.
Above ma.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, listen. Brewing stand where I need a blaze rod. Come on. The Nether is nothing to me, man. I've never
Well, I thought
died
we already
in the
had
Nether.
a bunch of blaze rods. Didn't you already have
I
some?
turned
or
them all
did you
to
use
dust,
them?
man.
Oh, you used them. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they took my. I would never
There's
own
a
a
section
Maserati.
for
Don't put
Nether
that
right
on me.
here, but yeah, there's none in there.
Don't put that
Also,
on me.
you know what I did? when I fucking thank you for the 5 gift subs, Awkward Ninja. Thank you. When I fucking stayed up, I stayed on like another 30 minutes or whatever we played last time to make my pick, my diamond pick. Fucking look
Ninja!
at it.
You
Look at this
motherfucker!
fucking-
Thank you.
I
no,
put it in
is
the
that
enchanted-
level
Ninja
30?
94,
It
gifted
is,
5
yeah, and
subscriptions.
it said like efficiency 4 or whatever. And I was like, okay,
Ninja!
sick. That's not bad. It's not bad. And then I put it in there and took it out, and I was like, are you kidding me? It gave me fucking silk touch. That's like the #1 thing you don't want on a diamond pick.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's nice
I
to have.
was so
it's nice to
upset.
have at least like one to get it out of the way, but like,
Yeah.
it sucks to have it be the first enchanted
The
one you
first
got.
fucking enchant. Yeah, literally. So I have it, but I also have a fishing rod with Luck of the Sea 3. So that's why I'm trying to I didn't enchant that one. I fished it up. So I'm trying to just repair it so we can I don't remember how to make an anvil. Oh
You
shit,
need
we're actually
three,
kind
you
of
need
low on iron.
3 iron blocks to make a fucking anvil.
Yeah, we're gonna be mildly low on iron if I do that.
Yeah, I don't even have any tools anymore. Okay.
Yeah.
I have a gold shovel with fortune 3.
Why is the music so fucking loud? It wasn't loud before you joined. Crazy.
It's trying to talk over me.
Literally, it was like, that loud fucker's here. Jesus Christ, let me amp myself up real quick.
I can't hear myself think when Cameron's in the fucking call.
Okay, well, what? You're gonna go to the nether to get shit, right? So why don't I just go regular mining
Yeah, good
with my
idea.
silk touch pick?
Yeah, you can get diamond ore.
Yeah.
I need a fucking just an iron pick. Do you have 1 piece of iron?
There's iron in the thing. I had it in my inventory because I was seeing how
Oh.
much it would take to make an anvil.
I
Yeah,
was
so go
like,
ahead and make that shit.
shit, I can't even.
No, I have
fucking
an
go
extra
mining if I wanted
iron
to.
pick as well.
Okay. The 1 piece. Do you have the 1 piece? I hate anime. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Dude, I got my first ever early sponsorship request. Now that
Nice.
we did that creator verification thing, it was $36 to play Marathon. Marathon itself
my
cost
God.
$30.
You
and
couldn't
so I would
even
have
fucking
made,
pay me to play
I
Marathon.
wouldn't have, if I already owned the game and played it once or twice and knew I liked it, I would have fucking I'd be like, sure. But it's
See,
like
I don't do that
even
shit.
own it. I don't even
Oh, I have trade ending.
never played it. So the sponsorship would have gotten me at least $6.
Yeah, see, I don't accept any of those sponsorships that are below the industry standard value, because every time someone accepts one of those that's too low and you shouldn't be accepting them, it hurts the industry because it tells those people that that's acceptable.
So what's the standard? It's a $1 per viewer or what?
$1 per viewer per hour.
Yeah, and so 36 would be about where I'm at. If
It
I honestly,
depends.
if I played Marathon, I would be grateful to the gods to have 36 people watch me play Marathon, and it was guaranteed. So,
Yeah, I've
I'm
never
still
got
not
more
gonna
than
do it, though.
200 or 250 bucks from any of those offers, so I just say no every time.
yeah. Well, Minecraft.
Sometimes
paid me
I
very,
get
very
one
well,
and it's
so.
$378 and I'm like, oh, that's pretty good. And then I click on it, it's for 2 hours. And I'm like, well, eat my dick. No, I'm not doing that.
Yeah. Industry standard, yeah, it's a dollar per viewer per hour.
That's the minimum. I usually go for
yeah.
$2. Yeah.
Yeah. If you can prove, because advertisers really care a lot about your demographics, and if you have a very volatile demographic for their product, they will probably pay you more because they know you can turn that shit around. Or you just are JoJo and have a cool agency who fights for good deals. Where the fuck's my nether portal?
It's over across the water.
Oh, right.
Right. The nether.
The nether. I haven't been there in a while.
Yeah, we haven't been there in a while.
I need to quit my day job. Well, don't become a
Meanwhile,
streamer.
I'm mining
You
my
have to keep
fucking
your day
heart away
job
down
and
here,
stream
and
to
I'm
become a
still at
streamer.
+3.
Or content creator. You need to be doing
crazy
like 3
sauce.
jobs.
Oh my god.
Thanks for the hype train, guys. Oh my god, wait! Did that save it?
No, it didn't. It already ended.
Damn you, Twitch! This is blowing up my stream.
In chat.
Anonymous gifted 10
Oh my good
subscriptions.
lord. Ow, fuck! Anonymous! Why do you keep doing this to me? Thank you for the fucking 10 gifted. I'm sorry Twitch robbed us of the hype train. I'm so fucking sorry. But thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my fucking heart for the 10 gifted subs. Genuinely fucking makes me very, very, very happy. And we had gifted subs earlier, and we had people even come in the first time chat and say, hey, I just got a sub here, never been here, but hi. That's pretty good. Give subs, I think, honestly, are so helpful. Especially if they go to community members or people who want to be community members, because I would rather have someone come in here and be able to watch ad-free and get our emotes and become a part of the community for the long run, instead of just like a one-time thing. It's at least 25 random bingo calls. That's true. That's true. That's true. Think about that,
My
chat.
hip is killing me today.
Thank you, Anonymous, and thank you, Zach, and thank you, Ninja, for the gift subs. I appreciate it. I forgot to bring gold armor to the nether, so I had to come back. I can make some gold boots. Hi, Raiders.
Hi, Miss Vampirus. You're playing Repo. How is it? How's the new update? Thank you for raid.
Dude, if they got that grain rot shit on lock a bit more, like tweak some things, patch it up, that game was fun.
Yeah, it was fun. You didn't play the Invoker game, but I think you would really like that one too.
No,
and also the game that I played,
I could
the
have,
game
but-
the game I played today with Psycho is called OK Boomer. Literally like Lethal Company, except like you're not gathering like specifically items. You scrap items while you're in the match. If they're glitchy.
Equivalent of papers, please. What the fuck?
It's hard to explain, but like everything
What
is
is
like
it called?
boomerized, right? Like you have to
Parchment,
do
please.
captures to open lock doors.
Oh my god, that sounds
You,
fucking hilarious.
yeah, you have to like whack the enemies with like some of the weapons are like a old brick Nokia tied to a stick, like some shit like that. It's so funny.
I would have loved to have played. I had already
Thank you
made
for the
plans
lyric.
for earlier today and had work to do, so I would have loved to have joined.
Yeah.
Parchment, please. That's the medieval equivalent. I don't really remember where the fuck this nether fortress is for the Blazerons. I mean, I see the marker, but like, I don't remember the path I made to get there.
Damn, I really think
Oh
this
god.
fucking biome that we live in is like dead.
What do you mean?
Like the underground mines just don't have a lot of shit.
Oh, yeah. Well, underneath Besa biomes has increased gold.
Ooh, so helpful.
Yeah. At least I'm pretty sure that's what it is increased gold. There's like some biomes that are better to mine in than others.
How's Zoe doing today? I actually don't know. She did end up eating her food yesterday, but I don't know if she ate yet today.
That's good.
She's just been laying in a ball on a pillow.
We haven't gamed together since it happened. That fucking broke my heart, dude.
Yeah.
Who is
Really
Nick gonna
sudden-
fucking scream at when I come over? That is like that's the immediate thing I thought of. I was like, oh my god. Like,
It's just really quiet now.
yeah.
But also, like, we don't even have to use the cages anymore because the only reason we used them at all is because Ash needed one. Zoe doesn't need one.
Every time I come over, I open the door and it's Ash, sit down. Ash would be losing their fucking mind anytime anyone would come in.
Literally.
Pet
though.
me, pet me, pet me, pet me, pet me.
Let me lick you. Let me lick you till your skin falls off. Papers, Please medieval equivalent is called Gate Guard Simulator. That
You
sounds
see,
cool.
I was thinking it would be called Parchment, Please.
Parchment, Please. He's so funny. But they might not be allowed to do that.
Yeah, true. Might be too close. Great day of crafting. Great day of crafting. Hey, Bree. Insim played it? Insim's played everything, man. Imagine playing
might
everything
just go
like
fish
Insim.
more because
I mean, I guess when you
I
stream
need
every single
levels.
fucking day.
Yeah. I'll just fish some more with this.
Bro,
It's night time outside,
I
but
do
should be
not
fine.
fucking remember how the hell to get to this nether fortress.
You haven't found it?
No, well, I know where it is, but like it's marked on my map, but the fucking nether is such a maze, dude.
Oh, it is, yeah. I mean, what we need to do is we need to make like a direct like path to it, like a.
Yeah, I think I was just in so much duress every single. I'm about to fucking die. These flimes are gonna fucking slime me out, dude. Oh my god. I've been in like such duress every time I've been in the nether that I've just never made a consistent path there.
Yeah. Spider, leave me alone. I'm trying to fish.
Spider.
Spider. Oh, he actually can't get up to me. Oh, fucking hell, I said that as he knocked me into the water.
Lovely day for cricket.
Come here, bitch. Made me miss a fish. What if that was a mending book I just missed? Come here. Come here. Where are you, bitch?
Chicken jockey. Fuck, that was bingo bait, wasn't it, Fank? I should probably pull bingo up on my
fucker. My name is Spider.
I'm going through the fucking basalt delta, and like part of the ambient sounds is like a Geiger counter, and I literally just like looked over to the corner of my screen like I'm playing fucking Fallout to see if my rads just went up. Dude, did the girls ever continue playing Fallout 3 more? Since I
No,
was
not
last
yet.
over? Damn.
They only did that day because I bribed him with candy. I said, if you each play Fallout for an hour, I'll give you some sweethearts, like a roll of sweet. So they did. But
They made all of the choices in that game exactly how I was expecting them to. Like,
I know, right? They were just such
their moral
bitches.
compass is very predictable.
Yeah. Fucking. When the what's his face at the
Welcome back,
beginning
Miss
was like,
Morgan.
"Help me, save my mom," and they were like, "No,
Save
I'm
my mom,
leaving."
the rad roaches! They're eating her!
They were like, "No, I'm not
Yeah,
saving your
they
mom. I
said,
don't
no,
care about
fuck
you."
you. Like,
Fuck your mom.
They literally asked Nick for permission if they were allowed to say that to him.
Yeah. So funny. Yeah, Butch. That
Rad
fucker
roaches.
that fucker that bullies you in school, and then you grow
Yeah.
up, and he's like, "Save my mom!"
Tunnel snakes rule.
Yeah, Total Snakes rule. It was so
Absolutely not. Can we say this to him?
funny. Yeah, because the one option at the bottom was like, "No, fuck you and fuck your mom" or some shit
Yeah.
like that, and they were like, "Am I allowed to click on that?" And I was like, "Yeah." It's so funny. The sweet romantic jazz of Minecraft ambient music while I'm fishing. Oh my god, I just got a saddle from fishing. I have two, actually.
Bro, I mean, back in the day when you couldn't craft a saddle, that'd be boss.
National Take Your Cat to Work Day. I don't have a cat, and I'm already working. I have my dog on screen, though.
True.
She's over there.
I take my cats to work every day. He's sleeping right next to me, and my other one is probably with Bree.
Probably gonna have to get a cat. Yeah, Zoe's basically a cat.
Dude, a cat is gonna fucking go haywire in your house.
Yeah, but the girls are allergic to like normal cats, so we have to get like a hypoallergenic cat.
Yeah, you
So
can
we were
also,
looking,
like,
we were looking
feed-
at getting a Maine Coon, like those ones that Colin has, because they are already like hypoallergenic or something.
You can feed them special diets that make them less allergen.
Yeah, but that
producing.
shit's expensive too.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to have the kids take fucking Claritin every day and feed them extra food so that they wouldn't be, yeah.
Oh god, I hear the fucking blazes already. Technically, both my cats came to work with me. Exactly, Lemon. Exactly. It's a great
Cat will
deal,
never be
isn't
allowed
it?
in your stream room. Well, it depends on how it behaves, honestly. I don't have a bunch of shit in here that it could like knock over. Really.
Well, cats love playing with wires. I mean, mine don't really.
Mine are
that
all
much.
up off the floor though. Mine are all
Right.
in the cable management.
My cats are pretty good about wires. Like they don't fuck with shit that much. They just like to be on my desk when in inconvenient times.
Yeah. We just wanted to get
That's exactly right, Miss.
a cat instead because they're just extremely low maintenance and easy to train, and they feed and bathe themselves and shit.
Yeah, exactly.
We did order a new fridge and a new stove.
God damn!
Yeah, well, we had to. They were literally falling. Our fridge has been leaking for like 3 years.
Oh, I know. Ever since I've
Yeah.
been coming over, had a towel.
There's a
on.
towel. There's a towel at the bottom of the floor. Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna need another wart too if you're.
Oh, we got one of those really nice fridges that has 4 doors, and it has like it has like the fake door that like opens up like the mini pocket in the front, and that has the water dispenser in it
what,
with the
what brand did you get?
Samsung. I believe it's Samsung.
Okay.
Does it tell you when you need milk? No, it's not a smart fridge. We specifically didn't want a smart fridge.
What the fuck do you need a smart fridge for?
That's what me and Nick were like. Me and them were like, why the fuck we want a smart fridge?
genuinely.
It's like $4,000 minimum for the fucking smart fridge. And the fridge that we got was like $2,500 actually, because we got a coupon. It was like if you buy 2 appliances, you got $100 off of each of them. So we got a fridge and a stove. So we got $200 off.
I would like to. Oh, did you get it at Best Buy? Geek Squad coming to
No,
install
we got
it?
them from Costco.
Oh, okay. Okay. Costco
Yeah.
coming to install it.
Yeah, Costco does the full white glove switcheroo.
You can play Doom on the fucking fridge. Eating a lemon right now? You fucking.
I am not going to be in the house when they take my stove out because I know that there's probably dead mice behind the stove. Whenever we have mice problems, they go in and out in the stove. I will be staying at a hotel when that happens. Yeah.
Okay. Hotel.
I will be gone for a day.
What's wrong with lemons, Cameron? Why are you eating a fucking entire lemon?
Yeah. Oh.
Ow! Oh, fuck!
I got
oh,
a book! I got Knockback 2 and Blast Protection 4. Let's
All right,
fucking go.
Well, those are mediocre at best, but
Knockback is great for a sword. Eat my ass.
okay.
Must clean behind your fridge, washer, dryer every 3 years. Our washer and dryer,
3 years, bro?
our washer and dryer don't sit against the wall. They're out farther away from the wall. There's nothing behind them.
I've hardly ever fucking lived in one place for 3 years.
But our stove, I am not moving to clean behind it. Fridge is probably not even as bad. Luck of the Sea and Unbreaking 3. Oh, these are already enchanted.
Where's JoJo going? A hotel,
They
I
have the
guess?
exact same enchantments, but I still can't combine them in my inventory. That's so fucking ass.
Oh, the books? No.
No, not the books, the fishing rods. I have 2 fishing rods with the exact same enchantments.
Oh,
I still
yeah.
need a fucking anvil.
You can't fucking stack fishing rods ever.
Stupid. Hi. No, I didn't know you were there. Why would it matter?
You don't love me.
No, I love you, but why does it matter if you're standing behind me? No one can see you whipping your
You're
hair
acting
around,
like
okay?
Frankie Nicky. I I just don't think it's mutual!
Don't do that!
You don't feel the same about me!
Yeah, I'm fishing. No, I'm just putting a pole in the water.
I can't imagine owning a home and like living in it.
I'm gonna crash
so
out
you
over
can,
this
like,
property. Wait,
buy
property. Are you moving,
appliances.
Mama?
Mama's moving out of the fucking
I don't
termite
know.
bungalow?
She said, I'm gonna crash out over this property. Wiggle your fingers and chat for me. What are you talking about?
No.
Oh, the research.
Oh, the research.
I literally already forgot that we're doing that. I'm not gonna lie.
By the way, Luce has a lot of things to say about the other place we're looking at, because Luce was like went to the
That ghosted
people.
us.
Yeah, and we're like, hey, are you ignoring me? And they actually were like, no, I kind of forgot. So the ball is actually rolling on that kind of well.
Oh,
like,
okay.
better
Well,
than
if they
expected.
forgot, are they just not checking their fucking emails?
Yes,
Because I emailed them 2 more times.
Literally, what dude said is, I have to go back and find that email.
That's
like, he
fucking
essentially
crazy.
said that.
Yeah, that's okay, well, if that's gonna possibly happen, then I need to give that information to Mama now, because that one will actually have extensive history.
Like, massive. And we would also be the first people to ever go there and do that.
Yeah.
So.
No one's ever investigated that other place before.
Listen, Mama. Listen, I tried to listen. Sorry that place is a little lackluster compared to all the
Okay,
other cool
should we
places we've
just
been
tell
to.
them? Should we just tell them right now?
Well, I thought they knew, right?
No. They don't know about... well, they know about the place we're already going to, but not the one we might get to go to. So should we just tell them in case it does happen?
You gotta give me a second. I'm about to die, actually.
Don't die.
Okay, I have 2 hearts, so.
I don't actually remember the name of that place, actually.
It's the Orpheum Theater in Wisconsin.
Oh, well, there it is. Cam said it. Yeah, so we're trying to go to the Orpheum Theater in Madison, Wisconsin.
Very massive.
Very
historic
massive,
theater.
very historical, old theater. Will it be later in the month? No, it'll be in the same week.
Emails every,
It's
like,
part of the
30
road
minutes.
trip. That's why the road trip
Very
was going to be a week long, because we were going to do 2 locations.
I mean, it pretty much can't be during the road trip, like, at this point.
Is that what they're saying, that it can't be?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Don't worry, Mama. It could be later.
No, it's fine.
So we'll just have to go back there separately, I guess.
Yeah.
But also, like, why the fuck did they just not
I don't know.
like,
I mean,
not
it's
contact us?
also like venue, like when we were initially concocting it, it was over the winter during like slow season for the music industry.
I
and
guess.
like theater stuff in general. So.
Yeah, I guess that's true. That's fucking crazy that they just didn't get any of our fucking emails. I should have called them. I almost did, but I should have called them. But I don't have the hookup, so.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that Luce fucking fought for our right to
Maybe
party.
we try to do it at like the end of July or early August. We have no fucking plans in July or August, so.
Yeah, I mean, after that, the only like Twitch-related thing is TwitchCon. At this point, that's in November now.
Yeah, well, I just mean we have Lost Lands again. We also have the Red Rocks thing.
Yeah, everything.
Yeah. It's all in September.
I know, and
But
that's also the
TwitchCon's in
same,
November,
the
so-
same time as the fucking Ren Fair as well. And I like was telling my friends like yesterday, I was like, I might not even fucking be able to go. Like,
We can go to Ren Fair. We just have to plan a weekend beforehand.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I'm about to break this fishing rod.
Why is the pig see-through? Ow! It's okay.
No. We're still going to the Jericho Haunted Trinity. We were trying originally. We were trying to do
Ghost pig.
the Orpheum and the Haunted Trinity in the same week, since they're both in the same state, and we were going to road trip there and just hit both places. But the Orpheum just ghosted us and didn't respond for like 4 months. So, but originally it was the Orpheum that reached out to us and was like, hey, we want you guys to investigate here. So we were like, oh, sick, cool. Well, we don't do investigations over the winter, so we'll reach back in spring or whatever. And then nothing.
And then the Fire Nation attacked. Give me, how many blaze rods do you need for a brewing stand, Jojo?
Like, I think it's 1 stand per rod. Or
Okay.
1 rod per stand, yeah.
Okay. Well, then I'm leaving.
Yeah, how many do you have?
2, and I can't get any more.
Oh, shit.
I'm done.
Okay, that will make it work,
Ah!
whatever. I usually like to make 3, but it's fine.
Bro.
We can get some later.
Okay. And then we can also maybe steal 1 from a villager or some shit.
Yeah, maybe. That's fine.
We need 6 or 7. 6, 7. Yeah, Miss World, that's really fucking funny, buddy. You come here and get 6
Oh,
or
the
7.
Boomer game that I was playing earlier has a 6-7 emote.
Oh my fucking god.
It does. It's really funny.
I want to.
It has a teabagging emote, twerking, 6-7, push-ups, dancing, and something else.
I want to revisit Are We There Yet at some point. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that was fun. Okay. Have you seen some of the Minecraft horror mods? No? Well, okay, I do know about the Phas mod. I do know about the Phas mod for
Dude,
Minecraft. I
there's,
actually
like, some
downloaded it once,
fucking
but never played it.
Terrifying
But I would
Minecraft
like to
mods.
do that. I would like to download the Phas mod for Minecraft and get like
It'd probably work better than actual Phasmophobia
Cam Sailor
right
and
now.
Vushi to play. It's just very different also, and it's on like Minecraft version like 14 or some shit. Like it's ancient.
Oh, I found an ancient tunnel of mine.
Ancient tunnel.
Ancient tunnel.
What else? What do I have? Okay, I've only got the 1 good book so far, but yeah, my Luck of the Sea is running a bit dry. I don't think Voosh has Minecraft. Really? We can fix that. I can fix him.
That's so funny.
I can fix him.
Yeah, there's some fucking crazy ass horror Minecraft mods. D-Tune was playing some. Has been
Yeah.
playing some recently. And I also just see him on fucking Instagram sometimes, and like
Yeah,
they're
there's so
actually
many.
fucking terrifying.
Oh, I got another book. Looting 2. Not bad, not bad.
Oh, I'm looting too.
I'm tootin' Lou.
Dude, I saw some motherfuckers looting up the Sheetz gas station the other night when I went there
Really?
with Bree. Oh my god, it was so fucking crazy. This
Why the
man was,
fuck?
dude, he was surrounded with alt baddies, and he looked just like me. And I was like, this is me in an alternate dimension. And I walked up to him, and he's got his belly up against a shelf, and his shirt is stuffed with shit. Like, absolutely packed.
That's
And
funny.
he just walked out with a shirt stuffed full of snacks from Sheetz, and he walked out with this whole gaggle of women. Thank you for the follow, by the way.
Gaggle of women.
and you know,
CC, that
he-
bothers me too. I
he-
always put the porn books in the kid or the porn movies in the kids section
what?
on that game.
What?
CC said, so in that retro rewind game that I play where you're just like literally a blockbuster manager, the kids movies are like a bright purple and the porn movies are like a slightly darker shade of purple. So like I accidentally am like always putting porn movies in the kids section because they're like 2 hues off from being the same color. It's fucking crazy. CC was talking about it.
They were
I always be
boosting,
putting the
bro.
fucking
They were boosting that
the
shit.
porn movies in the kids section and the kids movies in the porn section. To be fair, most people that are porn addicted wouldn't know the difference if they watched a kids movie.
Oh my fucking god.
I just find
I mean,
something sexual
motherfuckers
in
be
everything.
gooning to fucking K-pop demon hunters, so.
Literally.
We're going up, this is a moment. Gotta be got it. Listen, I haven't stolen snacks since
Alright, that's
elementary
what I'm
school.
fishing for now.
Okay.
Oh wait,
I
I'm
would steal
29 and a
ice
half.
cream
Oh
from-
shit, I'm almost
from
level
the
30.
Cafeteria. People be gooning to Pokemon.
People really do be gooning to
Hey,
Pokemon.
Spartan.
Nobody
Oh my
ever look at
God.
Jinx that way ever again. I'll cut you. I saw that shit when I was a kid. Like memes about people gooning to Jinx. I'm like, but what? Fuck, what?
Yeah, that's
Lucario?
bro. Lucario. Bro, Umbreon.
I could see it. I could see it. Listen.
It's that's borderline furry shit, guys. You gotta chill. Gang,
It says there's
sexy
a creeper in the
Gengar?
water right in front of me, but there's no creeper in the water. I wonder if it's in a
He might
cave
be
under the water.
underground, man.
Yeah.
Lucario goading? Lucario's a crazy fucking Pokemon. Hottest Pixar mom, go.
Ooh. Hottest Pixar mom. I don't know if I know enough Pixar movies.
Yeah, me neither. That one lady from The Incredibles, though, has a dump truck.
Oh, she does have a fucking dumpy. Yep.
Mrs. Incredible. Related to Mr. Wonderful? I think she should divorce Mr. Incredible and come over to me.
A B movie? I think the B movie's Pixar.
No, that's DreamWorks, bro. Pixar
Oh, is
would
it
never make
DreamWorks?
that fucking slop.
I guess that's true, yeah. I don't know. I get all my animation stuff mixed up because I don't care about any of it. I can't tell you the difference between
Hero
Disney or
6.
Pixar or DreamWorks. I can't.
The big fucking white guy, the big blimp man from Big Hero 6, whatever the fuck his name is. He got a dump truck.
I think not a mom, but I think the hottest character in any animated movie I've ever seen is Eva from WALL-E. I would smash.
You think Eva's a smash?
Eva's definitely a smash. She's got that like shy and mysterious quality, you know. Yeah.
Eva.
Her head also looks really soft.
You said you're gonna get soft head from her? What the fuck, dude?
She has a soft head. She's not
What
giving
the
soft
fuck?
head.
She's giving you soft head?
Might as well. Happy Pride.
From a robot?
Hey,
Bro, she kind of looks
in
like a
15
Hitachi,
years,
bro.
men will only have girlfriends that are robots. At the rate
That's
they're
true.
going.
That's true. Bro, why does Eevee kind of look like a Hitachi vibrator?
I don't know. I would bounce on Snorlax. I'd give it a bounce. You know. It's like a trampoline.
You think Snorlax is a top or a bottom, though?
He's definitely a bottom.
Bro, if Snorlax was on top, you'd be dead.
That's why I said I'd bounce on it. I wouldn't be bounced on.
Do you think his dick is under the flap? You gotta lift up his tummy to find the goods?
He doesn't really have a flap. He's pretty rounded. I think it's just a low sitting dick.
What do you mean 50, Vinewood? 50 what?
Like it points down. You know what I mean?
It
It's a
points
third leg.
down.
It's a third leg.
Dude, there's 14 creepers outside of our house, by the way.
That's not shocking. Hi, Riley.
10 out of 10 conversation joins you? Yeah, no problem. You're coming to the right place.
Yeah.
Oh, in 50
Oh,
years?
fuck, I'm
Yeah,
about
it's
to
gonna
get
be less
janked
than
by a
50 years
ground-
before
a
everyone's
drown.
fucking robots and shit. It's gonna be about one more year, bro, and Elon Musk is gonna come out with the sex bot because no one wants to fuck his fucking tiny penis. I'm
Isn't
going
it
to
already
sleep,
like
bro.
that? Oh. What the fuck? You entered my vicinity and I lost all those levels on my bar again.
Oh, okay, you're a liar, first and foremost.
No, look at my XP bar. I was only like 2 fish away from 30 and now it's empty. I don't know why that's happening.
Guys, make sure to get your bingo cards, by the way. We got all new things.
I think it's because it
Oh,
wants
hey,
me
my
to
game
like
timed
fucking
out.
sleep or something. Whenever you get in a
Thanks,
bed,
everybody's blue.
maybe. Yeah, when I'm in the vicinity of you, my XP bar like goes away. It's very strange.
Oh, it's because it's the mini map. You get a little radar. Like when you
I
look
don't
at me,
want
look at
that.
the
Can I
bottom.
turn that off?
I don't fucking know. I didn't program this shit. I'm not John
I don't want
Minecraft.
that. It's just the mini map mod, but I don't know how to turn that portion of it off. I don't need to know where Cameron is at all times. I do need to know how much XP I need though.
Five more calls. We call the whole board. We have 30 randoms. Oh damn, really? The mom from Onward wanted her to end up with the Manticore. Wait, what is Onward? Oh, Onward's that one movie with.
But you said there was a bunch of creepers.
Okay, that was last night. That one movie with
Creepers don't die in the sun, so where are they?
Tom Com and the one guy, Star Killer. The fuck's his name? The guy from Guardians of the Galaxy. You know what I'm talking about?
Both Dark Knight. I don't need to or want to know where Cam is at all
Tom,
times.
he's with Zendaya. Tom.
Hi, Georgie.
Crisp Rat. And Tom and Star Killer, exactly. No. Sam Witwicky. Tom Holland and Crisp Rat. Crisp Rat. All right. You want these blaze rods and some nether wart and some soul sand? You can make a nether wart farm.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to throw it to you behind you.
No, why don't you just put him in a chest like a normal person?
Oh, yeah, this is for you. I got this for you.
Okay, I'm fucking busy.
Tell that to
I need to
Crisp
catch like
Rat.
2 more fish to get my fucking level 30.
You literally, when you speak, you sound like you're from Animal Crossing. That's what I hear.
Okay, buddy. I'll just remove you from my Minecraft whitelist.
I'm blacklisted. Crispy Rat. Bro, my chat doc on OBS, like, auto-translates things.
Yeah.
And
so
apparently
close.
crispy rat in Norwegian means crispy steering wheel. So, you know, every is blue. If I was Norwegian, I would have been very confused about what you were talking about.
Are you kidding me?
Hydration time. I'm loaded up with water. Give me a sec.
Any more fucking fish?
Mama does not own Minecraft anymore. What the? Someone steal it from you? This is not a democracy.
What does that mean, Mama? What does that mean?
anymore.
You had Game Pass years ago? Oh, I see.
Well, that's probably Minecraft Bedrock.
Yeah, it's also not the good one. It's not the good Minecraft.
I can make your bed rock. I can make your bed rock, girl. Dude, I need to see if I have my new cape. Hang on a sec.
Cape.
You guys got.
I never did the bedrock thing to put my cape on, so. Me
Well,
no has.
it'll just show up automatically, like, over time. But the bedrock thing is just to make it speed up. Well,
Is it?
come
I
Ghost
thought he
Archer.
said that it would never show up unless you did that.
Well, when we talked to Jeff Ska,
That's what I was talking about.
yeah, he said that it would eventually show up. Oh, you know what? I don't know. Let me check my Minecraft.net, please. I hope your nap was nappiest.
I don't even know how to equip a cape.
Minecraft.net. What does number 27 on the bingo entail? Zombie gangbang. I needed to figure out what you were talking about first. Well, it involves when 2 or more zombies really love each other. And me. Quite frankly, these zombies very much love each other.
Change skin and cape.
All games.
I don't have it. It's not showing up in here.
Yeah, me neither. We might have to open up Bedrock.
That's what I'm saying.
I might do it. I'm tired of waiting.
But he said it could take anywhere from like 10 minutes to 2 hours. You need to do it when you're like done with stream. Just open up Bedrock and leave it
bro.
open.
Come on, I'm figured out. I figured out. Minecraft for Windows.
Can I be in 2 Minecrafts at the same time?
Bro, I'm gonna open up Bedrock and Java at the same fucking time.
I don't even have Bedrock. How do I get it? On the store?
The Microsoft Windows, Microsoft apps, Xbox Windows Game Store, Xbox apps, Windows apps, Xbox Game Store. Whatever the fuck they call it now, I don't fucking know.
I'm pretty sure it's just a Microsoft store, but okay. You haven't checked your sex dungeon today.
They're not sex. They're not getting sex without my business. Guys, get your fucking bingo on. Everything is called. Someone tell in chat. Everything on bingo is called. It's a free fucking. Oh my god, this is blowing up my live stream.
Okay. It says Minecraft, Java, and Bedrock Edition for PC.
Yes.
Oh, you just left the game.
Yeah,
I click play and nothing happens.
I don't know, man.
Minecraft for Windows? Is that what I want?
Yeah, Minecraft for Windows.
Got it. It's installing. Okay, I'm level 30 again. Let me go enchant another pick and see what happens.
Hello, Black Widow. Gudik used 200 bits. Guys, if you want to pay to win bingo, now's your chance. Just by the way, you'll get VIP for a month.
One launcher now for both? That's confusing.
Yeah, I can. No, my fucking god. How do I?
Are you fucking? Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
What happened? What?
I just enchanted my second diamond pick.
Did you get Silk Touch again?
I did. Silk Touch, Efficiency 4, and Unbreaking 3.
Oh, brother.
What the fuck? Why am I so unlucky?
I got my
just want
capes.
something to make diamonds with.
I got my capes. I got my capes. I got my capes. I got my capes. I got my. What was the one that we got? Builder cape or the crafter cape?
Builder and crafter. Or
Well, I
it
know.
should be
What's
both.
the one that's worth more?
The one that you had to get from going there was the crafter.
The right side up. Okay, that's the expensive one.
Yeah.
Equip that shit. Yes. Wait,
Where'd
I got an
you open-
Xbox achievement. I got an Xbox achievement. Or did someone give me bits?
Minecraft for Windows.
I have the same sound for bits and Xbox. Thank you, Gudik, for getting an extra card. I'll give you guys a couple more minutes if you want to buy extra cards. Now's your chance. Okay. Okay.
Did you just use the same launcher?
I just typed into my Windows button Minecraft, and then I clicked on the one that said Minecraft for Windows, and then I booted up the game.
Okay.
And then I went to the dressing
Mine's
room.
almost done installing.
Change skin and cape.
Skins
And it's
cape
still
stuff
not
is
there.
in the launcher. No. There's just a bug where the capes that we redeemed don't show up in our Minecraft.net account to put on unless you go into Bedrock and equip it in game and then sync it. It like syncs to your Minecraft.net if you do that. Oh my god, dude, this is so toxic. It's walking me through this like I've never played Minecraft.
Yeah, shame. But also, I did all that, and my cape still isn't in my inventory.
Because you have to wait until it syncs. That's what I told you. Jeff said that it could take anywhere from 10 minutes to 2 hours.
Now, actually, Minecraft.net is telling me that I don't even own Java Edition. Fun fact. It's saying buy Java Edition.
Browse add-ons. How do I even
Okay.
put my cape on?
Dressing room. Whatever.
Oh my god, get off this tutorial. And then
This is not a democracy
owned capes.
anymore.
Okay, here we go. Owned capes. Here's the crafter cape.
Mm-hmm.
Equip. Here's the builder cape. Equip. Hey, I have them. This is proof that I have them. So I just need to stay in game.
I exit out. I'm not fucking waiting for that shit. I have a dragon to slay, despite the cape I wear. What truly makes you a good crafter is how you defeat the dragon, not how the dragon defeats you.
Okay, well, my cape is on.
They actually called me the dragon in high school. The white dragon.
I got an achievement.
How's my sex dungeon doing?
Okay. I'm going to stay in this game on peaceful
Hey, Brian. How are you?
with no audio.
5 ink sacks for an emerald? That's a steal. Come here.
Ouch. Oh. I can't believe I got fucking silk touch on both of these picks.
Yeah, Brian, it's been 100 years.
And I don't even have enough fishing rod
100 years. I'm
to
assuming
get
you
to
just have a
level
new
30
account
again.
now. So, hello.
So we need like a buckload of iron.
Yeah,
We
we're
need
gonna
an
have to go
anvil.
into the mines.
I can't even
How you been?
find a
Fantastic,
functional
dude.
mine shaft
Fantastic.
down on this one that I've
I
connected to
hope
the
you've
house.
been good as well. Yeah, we're gonna have to like.
We have to like strip mine, but I was trying to get to the bottom so we could start strip mining
Well,
and then strip mine by level.
the
but-
problem is that now you're strip mining with 2 silk touch pickaxes.
Well, no, I would just strip mine with my iron one until I find actual,
One of my mini accounts.
you know, stuff that gives me
Brother.
XP. We need iron, is what we need. We need a fuckload of iron.
Yeah. Hey, but I got diamond horse armor. Hey, I got.
Mini cactus
We have
farm and
more
super smelter.
diamonds
Why did
than
we
we
need
have
those?
iron.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah, Brian. I know who the fuck you are, Brian.
and my iron armor is about to. Well, my helmet at least is
I
about
just
to
don't want
break.
to dox you in front
Hi,
of
Blue.
in front of
Thank
a
you
live
so much for
audience.
the
I don't want to be like, oh,
seven
you're that guy who lived here and does this, and this is why I know you. I will not dox you.
Zoe, are you cold?
That means it would also be me doxing myself.
You doxing people, Cam?
No.
Wow. Brian, if you come to my stream, I would never dox you.
No one's doxing.
Oh, you mean like for XP? Ah, that's so much work though. I could just cook. I mean, we also
Next 2 people. Who?
just
Who did I do? What are you talking about? Dude's making
don't have a
shit
ton.
up.
We don't have a ton of
Dude's
anything.
waffling.
This is what happens when you play Minecraft too fast. We have no resources.
I'm not playing Minecraft too fast. We have 100 diamonds, bro. I can fight the fucking, fight the dragon, man.
No, we
I'll fucking
need
drag my nuts
we
across his
need-
face.
coal to smelt things for levels, and we also need enchantments. We need potions.
Okay, well, I gave you the things you need for the potions.
Okay, well, I gotta fucking craft it all still. I don't remember how to do any of that. Let me see.
Well, you're gonna need to fucking wiki that shit because
Brewing stand is.
you're famous like that,
deeps or
bro.
cobblestone?
It's
Okay,
nothing.
straight
It's
up
not
cobblestone.
famous. It's not famous. I can still live my life like a normal person.
And I only
I'm
get
nowhere near
2 of
famous.
them. Wow. Okay. I need bucket of water. Can you give me a bucket of water?
Bro, I don't know if I can spare you that. I'm a poor boy.
Oh, no, not a poor boy.
Bro, you've already got 2 diamond picks and they're both silk touch.
I know.
It's my Trump impression. Can I give you a bucket of water? Do you want a bucket? I have 3 buckets. If Jimmy has 3 buckets and he needs to give them to his 2 friends, how many buckets can each friend get? How many buckets do you need? 1?
I need a couple.
Well, I have a 3rd one. You want a 3rd one?
I just need to make a an infinite water source.
No. Yeah, but my hands are gaming. My hands are
Who should be
gaming right now. I'm
fine,
trying to game. I'm on the keyboard.
Yes. Yes.
Gaming Trump. Trump doesn't game like me, bro. I could slime his ass in Minecraft. Should get a Trump impersonator to play Minecraft. These trade deals with the villagers is quite frankly the worst trade deal I've ever seen. They want 24 paper for 1 emerald. I told them, I said, that's the craziest deal, and I know deals. Listen, these guys, they're rip-offs. I've never done anything this bad since Melania, quite frankly. It's the worst trade deal I've ever gotten. Put some crazy 90s on Trump. Get him on Fortnite.
Yes.
140 stream streak. Thank you, Devin. God damn. 140. Oh yeah, you could disenchant one of those picks. That's true.
I just need to get 3 levels. Like, I could fish, but my fishing rod's about to break, so.
True. True.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where I want to put this nether wart. I don't want to put it in here. I'm gonna grow it somewhere else and then move it to here. Can I grow nether wart else? I can grow it anywhere as long as I put on the soul sand, right?
Yeah, I think it just needs soul sand.
I don't want to put it outside.
What's new with your life? You're looking at it. You are looking at it, my brother.
We need more rows of carrots.
Big long hair, thanks, man.
God, soul sand is so fucking
It's only been like
creepy.
this for like 5 years.
It used to not be scary,
Probably like
but
5,
now it's scary.
like 4.
They put
4 or
horror
5
in
years.
Minecraft.
But it has been that long, so I'll excuse it. This, however, is showing me League of Legends, bro. Fucking 100 years. I already knew what League of Legends was. My brother Zach, but I do remember you being a big League gamer. Burnt Rock still plays it, exactly.
I'm still old school farming because I haven't built a farm.
Oh, I gotta check my automated farm.
Yes, I went in there earlier,
My
by the
big
way, because there was
facility.
no torches inside of it and zombies kept spawning, so
Oh no.
you're welcome for that.
Hey, let's go. We got some stacks of sugarcane in here. Wee little lads. And actually, I finally played League for like the first time. Brian, I played it for the first
I like
time
the look
like
of
a month
soul
ago.
soil. Yeah, it's cool looking.
And I had a pretty alright time actually. I had a fun time. Thanks, Devin. Drive safe. Why is it doing this? Don't do this to me. Fuck it. What? Okay, Jesus Christmas. Come on, there we go.
Please
It
don't
haven't
stomp on
stopped.
my soul.
I honestly
I'm gonna
can't play
stomp
games that
right
make me
on
that
it.
angry. I'm gonna be honest. It's not worth the cortisol spike.
Ooh, that one might be tough.
Dude, trading with villagers is giving me hella XP. I'm gonna keep it a buck. They're giving me the greatest deal on this paper, quite frankly. He said 24 emeralds. I just had to suck Bubba's penis to get that price.
Perfect.
The biggest horse I've ever sucked off. And there's been quite a few. The dungeon, is there practical use for it? Yeah. I can keep the villagers there to trade with. I trade with them on there. And I can like breed
What do we
villagers to
even
get
need?
specific
We need
trades
like a
for
shit
me.
ton of glass. Here's these.
Exactly.
And cook up
Sharing
some more
league should be a
have a bunch of sand either. We are kind of in desperate supply of sand.
Yeah. Listen, I don't disagree, but I also understand why people enjoy
Hello?
it, you know? And
Shit.
it's not a toxic relationship for everybody
Okay.
involved, you know?
I'm an idiot. There we go.
Oh, we knew that, but
I'm an idiot.
you can elaborate.
That's really weird. Okay.
A tattoo on your arm? Yeah, I got tattoo
Bottle.
on my arm, and I don't have my cats on my arm. No,
How
this
do you fucking make a bottle?
This
again?
is
I
my
fucking
love always
forgot.
remains tattoo on my arm, and my cats are on my leg.
How do you make a bottle? Ah, I was right, but it was upside down.
Oh. Yeah, you can breed villagers with bread. They love bread. Been permabanned twice? Oh my fucking god, Brian. And that checks out. I only know of one league player who hasn't been permabanned multiple times for being toxic.
Oh, we worked right through the night.
I can finally make an enchanted diamond pick.
Go for it.
You want to see what I get?
I mean, I got good enchantments on my other one. Like they're good enchantments. I just need
Well,
to
they're
get fucking
calling
silk
you
touch off of there.
toxic, Brian. Okay. Haven't played Minecraft since I was 15. Like actually played. It's fun to come back to every now and then, man. For real. There's been so many updates. It's like a whole new game sometimes. All right. Let's see what I get for my level 30 diamond pick. I think it's gonna be better than yours.
It can't really be worse, can it? So.
What the fuck is going on with this enchantment table?
Did you
we
also
gotta
get
get rid of
self-touch?
it. We've gotta get rid of it. We have to get rid of this fucking enchantment table, bro. I swear to God.
You also got silk touch?
Yes! Efficiency 4 and silk touch, bro. Oh,
That's what I got for my first one. Efficiency 4 and silk touch.
How has it happened twice?
I don't fucking know.
God, dude.
Yeah, it's rough.
No way, bro.
3 times. It happened 3 times, by the way, because I also see now it says efficiency 4 for my iron
Chain
pick
books
if I
are
put
better,
it in there.
But like I just wanted to get like a baseline diamond pick just to like use for a little bit while I get my enchanting books together.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christmas. Well, maybe I can go like find like a blue ice biome or some shit and go get some blue ice or fucking what the fuck it's called, glacier or some shit. I'm fucking pissed, bro.
What are you trying to get? What?
Blue ice, bro. You don't know about blue ice?
What is this, Ocarina of Time when you need the blue fire to...
Absolutely. Same to you, Brian. I still remember you. I still think about you. Blue ice. So blue ice you can use to make like really fast highways. Like with boats. It's like the fastest you can go is on blue ice.
Why
It's
do we need
it's
that?
also Gatorade flavor. Remember when you said we need like a straight line path to the Nether fortress type thing? You can make
You're gonna
like
use ice in the nether?
You can!
You already said you couldn't make a normal path because it was too precarious and you almost died.
Okay, I'm just planning ahead, bro. I'm trying to make light of the situation that we now have 3 fucking silk touch diamond pickaxes.
Yeah. Yeah, I've just been ignoring it because we have a fuck ton of diamonds and we can just
God
get
damn,
3
Brian.
levels and do it again. It only
8?
takes 3 of your
What a
levels.
little
It's
boy.
not like it's the end of the
A
world.
little boy.
If we make a grindstone, then we can just get the enchantments off of there, but we need the XP to put new enchantments on, right?
No, you just need the books and a little bit of XP.
Well, we don't have the books for the shit that we want, so...
Not yet, but we can. I never built a house in mine. I craft.
If I
tree
could make it,
houses.
I'm making an anvil.
I build for shit. I can't really
I'm
build
doing
shit
it.
either, but I like exploring in Minecraft more than anything. Wait, what are you doing?
We need an anvil.
For what?
For the fishing. I need to be able to combine or
Fank, that link doesn't work
repair my fishing
anymore.
rods.
I told that to Miss World yesterday. They changed my code.
I don't even know how to make an anvil.
They changed my code.
Ah. It's fine. We still have 19 iron. It's fine.
All my friends toured the country. I stay home and became a dad. I mean, hey, that's 2 very nice things to do in this world. I'm not very much a builder in Minecraft and keep it a bug. However, when I finish the game, I like to build things, but like, I like to finish the game first. The Gen Z pilgrimage of finding yourself. Exactly. I've done many pilgrimages in my life.
Oh, this is gonna take my levels. I don't care. It's fucking expensive.
My game's gonna tab out for a sec. Okay.
That hurt.
Everyone knows the
hurt a lot.
fun facts, Brian. Everyone knows, man.
That sucked. That sucked. That hurt.
I mean, not everyone, but my
Oh my
OGs.
god. That fucking sucked.
I was not a vocalist. No. I don't have the ego for that. Bro, I don't even have like a fucking effective pickaxe to do anything. I'm gonna have to make another iron pick.
Yeah, I'm just making an iron pick. That's what I'm using still.
Isn't it iron pick?
No.
Isn't it ironic? This thing has like one more fucking blow in it. Okay, and then I guess I'll go mining with you too.
Yeah, we can go mining. I was just fishing because I just repaired my fucking rod. Hello? Oh, the fucking trader is here.
What does he want?
He wants gold. No, I'm just kidding. We can give him a bucket of milk for 2 emeralds, or 4 baked potatoes for an emerald.
Shit.
Honestly, the baked potatoes for an emerald is good.
How many baked potatoes?
4 for 1 emerald. I have 11 on me, but
yeah, but doesn't he only do the trade once?
Yeah, he does. Well,
he's
sometimes
fucking
he'll
broke
do
as hell.
2.
Kill that fucker. Give me his.
Yeah,
give me his
he does it
lassos.
too.
Give me his lassos.
He also has milk buckets. But yeah, he doesn't have anything else good.
Can you milk him? Just like in general.
You can milk the cows.
Can you
but
milk
he
the
probably
trader,
takes
though?
the bucket too.
Yeah, he
No,
probably
should
definitely
I
takes the
should kill
bucket.
him though for the leads, right?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna need the leads. Well, you can just kill his llamas. Okay, or kill him. Fuck it. Dude, you're getting spat on.
Oh, my fucking sword broke.
You gotta pay to spit on JoJo.
Hell yeah, bro.
Oh, it's going underground. There you go.
I got it.
Bro, and he's just like. Brian did
Bitch
rip
slapped
on the
his
drums.
ass straight off the fucking.
Brian did rip on the drums.
I already traded with him, so that's why I killed him.
Brian's
2 more
deep
leads
lore.
and 2 more emeralds. Put the emeralds in our storage thing.
Thanks for the fucking trade deal, bitch.
I don't know where we're putting emeralds. There's none in here.
Oh.
I'll put them in the diamond and iron chest.
Okay. I'll put mine in there.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, let me make
guess
a
I
couple
can
more normal picks and then we can
enter
go.
The mines. I was the best audience member. That's facts. That's facts. That's true. That's true. Someone's got to bring the energy. All right, Brian. And I've got it.
Okay. Grab some food. Nice. All right. Where are we going?
I don't fucking down.
I mean,
Presumably.
there's no openings down here. I was just digging to dig type shit.
I mean, we can strip mine.
Well, I haven't gotten to the bottom yet. I usually wait to open the strip mine until I get to the bottom. But I mean, you can pick any level to run off and go search for shit. I mean, because you can see on the mini map if you turn it on, there's levels where there's caves, right? Like here's a level. There's some shit here.
Oh, mini map. Mine's turned off.
You know, like right here, there's like a level of caves.
Fuck, how did I turn it back on? Come on now.
Oh, here's iron.
There we
Oh,
go.
I picked a good place to dig.
Nice. Call you a glass name? I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. An Enderman? Oh, Bert? Bert's around. Oh, are you still building in the gonna build in the shape?
I was, yeah. But that's why, like, if we want to strip mine, just like pick a direction, like off to the side.
Oh my god, dude! The dungeon, the brass dungeon thing. The fucking the fuck's it called? The arena. The fucking.
Oh, those things. You see one?
The green thing. Yeah.
I don't see that on a mini map.
Oh my god! Why is Steve's Lava Chicken always play on this fucking playlist? Mariah reference or something like it. Wait, what's Mariah? Moria? Mariah?
I don't see the arena thing you're talking
It's
about.
this way. I might just dig a little.
Do you have your mini map like zoomed farther out? Maybe.
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 It is in fact this way though. Oh, Lord of the Rings. My bad. Listen, JoJo's gonna kill me for not knowing a Lord of the Rings reference. This motherfucker loves Lord of the Rings. Dude, you can't see it on your map yet. It's right over here.
Oh, I do see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why I couldn't see that before. Holy shit.
They're like right under our fucking house.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
We do love.
I don't think we're equipped for that shit.
No, I'm not fucking doing that shit right now. I'm fucking fighting the Ender Dragon
Shit's
for anything.
insane.
I'm
Yeah.
just making a pathway. Maybe I'll get some stuff along the way.
Yeah.
Like this fucking iron. All things I heard while I was driving. Hell yeah. Thank you, Devin. That was on a fucking 65 stream streak.
Yeah, the trials.
Thank
That's
you,
what
buddy.
they're called.
The trials, I remember. Oh, I'm not getting greedy in these fucking trials. Gudik, another 65 stream streak. God damn. The end is too boring. Liar. But fighting the dragon's so much fun.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Miss Roll. Like, I don't even give a fuck about the Ender Dragon anymore. I just like to explore the end.
You get Electras. You can fly. I found the thing. Wait, what if I use Silk Touch on this? Do I get the waxed weathered copper bulb? That's what they called me in high school, actually.
Damn. That's what they called you or the tip of your penis?
The waxed weathered copper bulb. You know, man, I don't know. It's still a mystery to this day. La 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 lava, chicken, Steve's lava chicken, I'm a damn in the hair. Move, mama, say now you're ringing the bell. There's also some caves and whatnot that don't look explored because I don't see torches in them.
Yeah.
But also,
My shit's not really showing up on my map.
I do have a lot of
I see
nicknames.
some
It's
caves,
crazy.
but they're like
It's
really dark
concerning, isn't it?
in the distance.
The problem with this shape now, it's gonna use a lot of fucking durability for.
It does, yeah.
Pickaxes that we don't have right now. Hey, Jose.
Yeah. So like we can just branch off to the side of this and find caves. Like we need to find open caves.
Yeah.
Strip mining is something we should be doing
caves.
when we're
There's caves right here.
comfy.
Hello, Diana Juliet. I hope you are doing fantastic. Not you. There's a lot of Juliets in chat now. I'm fantastic. Thank you. Mining and crafting. Doing the former at the moment. Doing the former. I gotta fucking tab out my game real quick. What the fuck is this? What is this? What is this? What is this? Suspicious. A random Discord friend request. Interesting. No mutual anything. Okay. Where am I from? The God-blessed land of the United States
Dirt.
of America.
Oh.
Of the Ohio variety.
Oh. Back up. Back up. Back up. I have an idea.
Ooh, what?
Back up. Back up. Back up more.
Okay,
Back up
okay.
more. Make some
You
stairs.
probably want to sell me emotes, I know.
It's a big ass fucking drop.
Good to meet you as well. We're having a fantastic time. Fantastic day. Fantastic night. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, I'm fucking goated. Look at that shit.
Drops.
Diamonds!
Nice!
You annoy me.
Get him out!
Just one.
I see more iron and stuff. I see iron. We need iron.
We need iron so bad.
There's a lot of
Cam, there's a
iron.
zombie on you. Behind you.
Zombie on me, zombie on me. 14 dudes on me. 7 dudes on me. 8 dudes on me.
He's moaning. He's moaning.
He's moaning, he's moaning, he's moaning. He's moaning, he's groaning. He's snoring. The fucking old man trying to fucking go to sleep and bumps his head on the bed.
Bro, this goes so deep.
POV, your teammate's the old man who woke up and bumped his head.
The guy from Hello Neighbor?
Sure. I should probably play those games now that I'm an official Tiny Build creator. I can get them for free.
Yeah. I used to play the shit out of Hello Neighbor. Well, Secret Neighbor. We play
Yeah,
Secret
yeah,
Neighbor.
there's a fucking dungeon!
What?
Come here! Bad.
Where are you? Cam, I don't know where you are.
Bro, I just took a different path, bro. I took a different path. I'm an official Tiny Build creator now, yeah. Fun fact.
Oh, you're in here.
Happened over TwitchCon. I noticed you stream, like I haven't streamed in over 3 years. Yeah, it's been a while, huh? Yeah. So like, I don't even
Peekaboo.
stream. I honestly had to stop responding to bots. It was so much fun, but then you realize they're just AI, so it's kind of fucking
Nice.
just a waste of time.
Taking the bucket,
I am Tiny
too.
Build. No, I became a Tiny Build creator
Okay, I'm
over
taking the
TwitchCon. I
string,
met
too.
up with their team and talked to them and kicked their asses at speedrunners.
Nice.
And I became official Tiny Build creator. And
Need that iron.
I was hoping to plan something with them and do some sort
I was
of
like, what's going on?
Tiny Build
Oh,
activities.
I'm a visual artist. Would you like to see my work?
Yeah, I'm a visual artist. You know what I'm an artist of? These fucking nuts
Cockma?
on their fucking face.
Cockma? I'm a cockma artist.
I like to draw cockmas. Cockma balls. Cyber Hello Neighbor 3. Yeah, we're gonna get to play it. Might even get to play it early. I don't know.
I would just like to see how these people that go
Graveyard
around to
Keeper?
streams would react if I was like, oh, you're a visual art? Oh, perfect. I actually need this really pornographic material made.
Can you make furry fucking butt porn, please?
Can you make an animated segment where I'm getting railed in the ass?
I'm getting
By a
pegged
horse?
by a fucking, yeah, a horse with an 11-incher.
11 inches
probably
is pretty small for a horse,
horse.
actually.
Yeah. Oh, and I know horses. Okay, well listen, I know horses. I'm a
Lapis
gynecologist.
lazuli.
Can you draw boobs on Noble 6 from Halo Reach?
That's hot. That goes hard.
You know what? I'm gonna use my Silk Touch Diamond pick to mine this iron ore. It's like old school
Then we have to
Minecraft.
cook it later, though.
What? It's iron ore. You have to cook it anyways.
Does it cook?
Oh
just- it
fuck! I
cooks
got
all the way
coal
down?
ore. Damn it. Fuck. How do I make it not coal ore? The fucking
With an iron pick, like a normal person.
Yeah. Isn't it iron pick? Oh, I do have Insim with boobs.
Yeah.
But I already have an artist for drawing me with boobs. I mean, not Insim with boobs. Me, an Insim sweater with boobs.
Yes.
You should not draw people with boobies non-consensually, okay?
No, you shouldn't. Oh?
Fank has definitely already drawn people with boobs non-consensually.
Found a dark portion.
Oh no, like the deep dark?
No. Just an area
Oh,
we haven't seen.
Okay, I was like, what the fuck, bro? This is the last thing I need right now. Is the fucking warden,
Fire
bro.
and fighting the warden.
Yes. We have yet to find a deep dark.
No, we have not. I'm getting the shit out of some lapis though, because we're gonna be needing it with all of our fucking failed enchants.
Oh my god.
Lapis gives you a lot of fucking XP.
You've
Holy
never found-
shit.
Oh, Jojo and I have found the warden. That's for sure. We found him.
Oh, trust me. We have found the warden.
We
before.
found, and Flap came and saved the fucking day.
Yes. Also, Nick scared the fucking shit out of Cam
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I
when we were doing
about
that.
it.
That was the
Alright.
best thing ever.
Kate, I ends up being 3,000 blocks away. That's about where I'm at. Like, I'm already fucking lost, bro. You know what?
Stop acting like
I'm
you
not
know
lost.
the way ahead, like you know the rules. There are no rules, man. We're lost.
We're lost. Bro, trying to speak in a fucking American accent for the first 2 seasons, like challenge
It's
level
rough.
impossible. We're lost. That was kind of quiet. I'll turn it up.
Oh shit.
We're lost. Stop
You're not
trying like you
lost.
know the way ahead. Like you know the rules. You're saying you're not lost?
No, I'm not
You're-
lost.
You're trying to act like you know the way ahead, like you know the rules, Jojo?
I'm gonna tell you something.
Hey man, let me tell you something.
1 pickaxe down. 2 more to go.
Oh, dude, I gotta get my fancy cat litter off my front porch. So
You
I'm
can
gonna-
log out and go do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna log out real quick. Be right back. Let me ask you something, man. Let me ask you something. 1 sec, chap. Be
Man,
right
I'm gonna
back,
tell you
okay?
something.
Time me.
Hey, Rick, let me ask you something. How the fuck could Cam be lost? We've only gone like 10 blocks in any direction. Yeah, there's the place we came out right there. Cam is so special. So special. Hey man, let me tell you something. Diamonds! Oh my god, it's a big one! Oh my god, it's a big one! Big old diamonds! Ah! Alright, cool. Holy shit, that's a big fall. Or what level are we at? Negative 19?
Oh, shit, I opened my window
I
real
don't
quick.
know the lore of Minecraft anymore. What is the supreme macho range for diamonds these days? What's the macho supreme?
That's a Taco
Depth.
Bell item.
What?
The Macho Supreme.
I found more diamonds. I was asking chat
That
because I
was
don't
like
remember off the top of my head.
72
What is the
seconds? Okay, 72
premium
okay, you guys
range
were
for
actually
diamonds
counting.
these days? It's like negative 20, something like that.
It's deeper than it used to be because they added the fucking. They can go like to negative 100,
Yeah, they added the deep. So like
negative
it,
16, and negative 64. I trust
Okay.
Noah in chat because
so negative 16 down. Got it.
because I literally showed that motherfucker Minecraft the moment he came out of the fucking womb. All right.
Why did my timer just go off? What the fuck was that timer for?
Yeah, I got an enchanted skeleton. Enchanted skeleton. Eat Ligma, fuck you. Why are there so many skeletons in this fucking cave? We'll call this Boner Cave. Welcome to Boner Caves,
Where
guys.
even are? I don't even know where you are.
I'm down here in the
I just
Boner Caves.
Heard explosions.
I'm lost. Man, I get lost in caves in about 0.2 seconds. I never exit a cave the same way I go in.
How the fuck are you lost?
I'm lost.
I'm literally looking at where we came out right now.
I'm lost.
I'm gonna build a tower up to the roof and get all that fucking iron up there. There's like
Stop acting like you know the rules, man.
so much fucking iron up there.
Bro, I'm already about to run out of my iron pick.
You only brought one?
We didn't want to use all our iron to make more. It felt greedy.
Bro, I don't go
What
mining
the fuck
ever
is this?
without a minimum of 3.
Oh, that's the waxed lamp.
Huh?
The waxed lamp.
Waxed what?
The waxed bulb.
Waxed lamb?
Lamp.
Sounds delicious.
Oh my god. Waxed copper bulb. That's what they called me. The head of my penis in high
you
school.
ran into that again? Where the fuck are
Yeah.
you?
I might be on the other side, man.
Yeah, you went to the wrong ass
Hello
direction.
from the other side. Stop acting like you know the rules, like you know the way ahead. It's a light entree. Also, hey, cricket. Boom, 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 boom. This is one of my favorite Minecraft tracks, by the way. This Minecraft track is gas. Boom, 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 boom. I fought the trial chamber once before, actually. Yes, I have fought the trial chamber before. On the JoJo SMP. We got to the hammer thing.
I'm
the
getting
core.
all this fucking iron.
Bro.
Like, you don't even fucking know, dog.
Oh, I found that dungeon again. I found the way ahead. Okay, hi Noah. Stop acting like you know the rules, like you know the way ahead, man. We're lost. Oh, I found you.
Yeah, this is the entrance.
You found
right below me. Below me is all the torches. See the torches?
Yeah, baloney. Yep.
Yeah, I just came up here and got
Make sure you know it's
43
here, okay.
iron, by the way.
Okay.
The whole fucking ceiling was iron. I was like, I can't just leave it up there.
Oh, there's more diamonds right here.
More diamonds?
Yeah, bro, I'm about to go get that shit.
Where do you see diamonds? Oh, up there.
Right the
Nice.
fuck here, bruh.
Yeah, go get those.
Broheem. Brustard.
Yeah, I
Quinn
have
and
5 diamonds on me.
Twunk.
The one I found when we first got here was just a singular, and then I found a 4-pack.
Oh, there's more.
Oh my god, there's so much.
Damn, Brustard.
Can you get all that? You want me to go for the second one?
Oh, trust me, I've got it. Okay, listen. I can handle.
Just be careful. It's really, really fucking far if you fall.
Oh. They call me the rope walker. Did I just drop one?
You might have dropped one.
I think I dropped one. And there's a creeper down there. Oh, that's a zombie.
Just a regular zombie. I'll go get it.
Come on, man, you got walkers all around you. Come on, girl.
I don't see the diamond though.
Maybe I didn't drop it.
Yeah, maybe it's just server latency.
I got 4 on me.
That second one was a 3-pack and the first one was a 2, so you should have 5. So maybe you did drop one. But I don't see it. Unless it went... Oh, it went to me. I have it. I have 6 now.
There you go.
Okay.
You found me. Oh, I was giving you a staircase.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I guess you got it.
Yeah.
iron up there. Iron up there. I might strip that. Man, are you iron? Cause I'm about to strip mine. Strip you.
Oh boy.
Were you aware? Yeah, I know what Mindplex is. I know what I'm a gynobologist.
Boop, 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 boop.
There are now. Yeah, we got our first Bingus winner. Cozy corner gaming mom. Thank you. Please never say it again. Okay. Chill on the Riz. I'm exploding. Okay. Sorry. I know Mama is really into Riz when it like relating to like mine shafts being from the Appalachians and all. Mama's really into
you're
them
also
coal
using
miners.
a southern accent, so.
The gynobologist. The guy who knows ball. Gynobologist. Is called a wombo. You guys heard of him?
All right. Shall we go deeper?
Yeah. Wombo.
This way goes down.
I think we already went.
No, I didn't go down this far because I stopped right here. There's a creeper down there. Careful.
Oh man.
Creeper. I made stairs.
I see that.
Oh, this is extensive down here.
I just did that. Call it.
It's actually
Someone
just
call
a
it.
drop, and we'll have to build back up.
Okay. What if I push you off?
Diamonds!
Diamonds! There's more
Ooh.
diamonds. There's so many fucking diamonds.
So many diamonds
Also a
in this
creeper.
area.
Oh, I don't have my shield. He blasted my helmet off. He blasted me.
Lord. Blasma.
We got another winner on Bingus.
Damn, not the
Spartan and
singular.
Lemon.
They don't make diamonds like they
Singular
fucking used to.
diamond. Well, it's kind of easier to run into them now
I guess.
because the caves are so big.
I thought you just walked into that lava. I was like, are you okay?
I could. Bro, there's
with those
diamonds
diamonds
out
in
my
your inventory.
ass. Oops, I
Holy
just got
shit.
diamond ore. Okay, well, my
Look
bad.
at it. Oh my god.
Holy shit, ma! Oh my god!
Hell
Dude,
yeah.
I got so many fucking diamonds!
Is that an 8?
Oh, man.
Nice. I have 12 on me.
I gotta fucking
We didn't come
replace
down here for
this.
diamonds though. We came down here for iron.
Yeah, well, we're too deep for iron at this point.
Yeah.
I got 10 diamonds on me. Holy
Nice.
blast my shit my ass. I'm gonna blast my pants open.
Oh, wait. What kind of stone is this? This is different.
Deep slate cobble? Oh, this? This is, I don't fucking know. Isn't this?
It's smooth basalt.
Oh, is this one of those amethyst gems underneath of us? Yeah, it is. It's a big amethyst.
Calcite. Oh my god. Can we mine it? What does it do?
You can go. It's hollow, bro. I could spleef you right now. You won't even know.
Don't spleef me.
I could spleef ma.
Oh
The
shit.
Valve people, me included, are so
It's so
desperate.
pretty
that
in
the Steam
there.
hardware updates. Twitter is posting picture. The leaked volume indicator for the Steam frame. What? You fall down?
I fell in the hole.
I told you you're gonna get spleef mud, bro. You got spleef mud, bro. It's not my fucking problem.
I did. Does this have
That's
a
on
purpose?
you.
All this beautiful stuff?
You can make a telescope.
A telescope? I love me some telescopes. Yeah, there's actually not shit in here. Let me dig my way back
A
out.
leaked volume indicator for the Steam. Yeah, but no. What does it have to do with anything?
It's so pretty though.
It has sound. Okay, really? Is that the big
Gorgeous.
reveal? It has sound.
Minecraft is so extra. Like, how are you gonna add a whole fucking thing, like a room full of amethyst, just to build a telescope?
Mm-hmm.
Where'd you go, Cam? There's like a shitload of iron here. You're not getting it?
I fucking mind a shitload of iron up here. There's iron everywhere.
Okay.
Yeah, who cares a fuck about that leak? It's a bunch of horse shit. There's a volume knob.
Going up, up, up to get the iron.
What up, man from Marvel?
Okay. Ooh, it's a big one. Ooh, it's a real big one. Oh my god, it's an 8.
That's
9,
ominous,
9.
brother.
Nice. Oh my god, 10? 10 iron ore in this pocket.
God damn. I'm rocking with, let's see, I got 10
keep the
raw
ones
iron
that grow the
and
crystals,
43
they will
iron
continue
ore.
to do so. You can't pick them up with silk touch. It will not be the same.
Hello,
Oh.
Charlotte Benjamin.
Wait. You mean the amethyst?
Yeah, the amethyst thing grow crystals. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in.
Oh, I got 9 of them. Well, I have 9 blocks of amethyst.
Sorry,
so I don't
brother.
know if I-
Sorry about that.
Is it the calcite that grows the
hopefully-
amethyst?
No, the actual, like,
The actual
Shit.
amethyst blocks?
yeah, I think so.
Okay. That's what I picked up. I didn't actually pick up the amethysts themselves, just the blocks. Oh, shit.
Okay, or you can shoot me through my fucking shield, you bitch!
Bitch. I'm out of torches. Just an FYI. It's you to light it up now.
Okay, okay. It's on me. You.
Oh, ooh, 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 ooh. Okay, we're too high for diamonds, but we're back up in iron territory. There's a lot of iron up here. Holy shit.
Hell yeah. I'm not playing hardcore.
How much time do I have?
thankfully.
I have a stack plus 3 on me right now.
I have a fuck ton of iron on me. I mean, not a fuck ton, but a good amount. I'm probably close to a stack now. Yeah. I'm
Oh,
close
it's
to a
so
stack.
pretty. I love caves. I could just live in
Yeah.
caves forever.
Anyways, welcome in, guys.
I'm picking up this lapis, so
Hope you're
we can't
having a-
afford to leave it
I
behind.
mean, hopefully some Minecraft can surely bring some joy to your soul and
Plus
your
it's good
heart
XP.
tonight.
I had to
Joey and I
repair
are
my
looking for
fucking
iron
fishing
right now.
rod so that I could continue fishing with it. It cost me 18 levels to repair it.
Dude, no, 18 fucking levels? Really?
18 levels to repair my fishing rod.
Bro, do you have enchantments on it?
Yeah, it's the Luck of the Sea and Unbreaking fishing rod.
God damn.
Bro, this is sick.
God damn. Wait, the more you repair it, the more it costs. Maybe you just need mending on that shit, bro.
I do need mending on that shit, but the easiest way to get mending is from fishing.
I guess you're right.
I wouldn't have repaired it if I had another fishing rod to replace it with, but I had 2 fishing rods that had the same Luck of the Sea on it, and they both ran out.
Oh, yeah, Luck of the Sea is what the fuck that enchantment's called. God
Yeah.
damn it! I'm getting fucking coal ore again. Fucking swap
Well, I was mining the coal, and then you came out of nowhere.
Bro, that zombie's slowly creeping towards behind you. I was just
I heard him,
watching
but I thought he was up top.
And he was just slowly walking towards you in this fucking cave.
That's so funny.
There's more coal under the water here. The water.
Water. This is so pretty. Like, I would live in a cave like this.
It's very pretty. Got a little lake right here, a little bit of lava here.
Mm-hmm. Get yourself a nice fucking
A lava chicken.
lava chicken. Oh, there's coal over there.
Yeah,
I'm
this
gonna
game
get
is
it.
so pretty.
I'm gonna get that
Very
coal.
peaceful.
I'm gonna get that.
Have any Minecraft gameplay to YouTube? Not
just the 2?
really. No,
Damn.
I don't have any of my Minecraft VODs up on YouTube, unfortunately. I have mostly just my indie horror games on YouTube. Chickama. Thanks for stopping by, Matt from Marvel. I hope your day gets better. Genuinely. Thanks for coming by and talking to us. It's glad to see people come back.
Ah!
That's an important thing, is people coming back.
Did your sword just break?
Oh god, yeah. My pickaxe broke, actually. So I can't mine any more stuff without having it be silk touch.
That's okay.
God, dude, look at how much iron there is in here, Jojo!
I know, right? I still
Oh my
have a few
God.
hits on this pick, and then I have a whole nother third pick. But we are very far from home.
And
as
it's been a
well.
month since I've uploaded a video.
So we need to be able to make it back to where we came from, or I'll have to dig up right now because it might take an entire pick to do
like
that.
it would be. I've had a very busy month. I just got back from
So-
Europe. I went to TwitchCon Europe and traveled the fucking world. I'm not from Europe, obviously.
Holy
so
shit,
it's a
this cave
big
is
fucking deal for me.
crazy.
And just had a lot of life going on, but
What? I
we're
don't even
back
know
in
where
the
to
groove
start.
again now. Yeah, bro. Well, let's just
I
get
mean,
this shit from the
honestly, it would
ceiling.
probably be worth digging up from here and having an entrance to this and just coming back. Well, actually, look. Oh no, we're like 1,000 blocks from our stronghold.
Home.
We're really far from home. We're like in between home and the stronghold is where we are right now. It's like a halfway point. Let's see, home. Oh no, home is only 300 meters.
It's actually pretty sick that
Stronghold's like
you've seen my
1,200.
stuff on YouTube, Charlotte.
Baby zombie!
I appreciate that.
Oh,
God.
no.
My Phil's a moment.
Oh,
Both conversations, I can process them. I cannot tell
Fuck, Ma.
you what came.
okay. Well, we should probably just backtrack then and go back. Let's get
Me
this shit out of
neither.
the ceiling. Anything that we can get that's visible, and then we'll just backtrack. I'm sure we can get back to where we started.
Yeah.
I have a really good sense of direction, even in caves. So, we figure out where we're. Got another fucking baby zombie! Oh
well, as I was
shit!
saying, at the beginning of stream, I wrote a new YouTube video
Can't help.
last night. Okay.
on.
But also
I might be able
involves
to
playing
get him.
a
I
lot of
got him.
different
Okay, cool.
games.
Shit.
So
Baby
probably
zombies are like my-
tomorrow,
baby
I'm
zombies
gonna
and
do a
skeletons are like my
stream
fucking
that is
weakness.
going to be for
Hate 'em.
the YouTube video that I wrote last
Hate
night.
him.
So
Fucking suck ma.
you guys can be a little part of making a scripted YouTube video, which I have not made in a long
Yeah, baby
time.
zombies can suck my fucking ass, dude. Baby zombies are like the one reason I don't even bother making like XP farms out of the zombie ones.
I literally
Babies-
can't fucking mine anything else down here. I mean, I can get the iron because you can just smelt the iron ore, but any of the coal
That's
and
okay.
stuff I can't get. I think I'm also out of food.
Oh, I have.
Oh no, I have food. Never mind. I'm just a little bit about to starve.
Maybe eat the food.
Yeah, maybe. I just put bread into my crafting bench. I didn't start uploading, man. You got almost 14k subs.
So
I know.
hungry,
I
I'm
just
just eating
I
bread.
had those 14k subs when I
I've
made
turned- oh,
YouTube.
fuck you,
like I
buddy.
did only YouTube.
You turn British because you're so hungry. Just eating bread. Put some beans on it.
And then I switched over to
Beans and salt on your toast.
full-time just streaming. I'm hoping to get back to doing videos though, so I'll be back onto YouTube very shortly and be live streaming to YouTube.
I can't
as
see if
well
this is
as
coal.
Trying to
It
make
is.
videos on there again. It's
Oh.
hard to not run out of ideas.
Well,
for
okay.
YouTube, but hopefully once I get rolling with it again,
Okay.
I will.
Well, that's definitely a sentence.
What?
Fucking Zach Baggins roulette just went. Someone grab my ass.
Dude,
Oh
I
my
need to get
God,
this
what was-
coal up here.
What was the fucking one earlier? It was like, hey,
by
I'm gonna
Brian?
go in here and I'm gonna lock myself in there, and I hope they like guys with tattoos. I'm gonna take my shirt off and show my tattoos. It was like a whole fucking
fuck?
thing. Yeah, it's from like season 4. That shit was so stupid. I was like, they
Yeah, I
pay this
have,
guy to
I
say
have an
this shit.
editor and people to help me out.
Fucking swear.
Again, I'm just been really busy recently.
It was one of those lines where like it was so long and it just kept going, and the longer it went, the more unfucking hinged it got.
I know, Brian. I know. It's
wanna
very
go up.
sad.
I get that.
Okay, go get it. And then we can start walking back.
Oh, perfect.
What do you do these
Dude,
days?
we're coming back with
This.
like 3 stacks of iron.
This is what I
this was
do.
good. We needed this.
Ow, fuck. I mean, top streamer.
Oh, there's the clip of
this.
it. There's the clip of it. Oh yeah, he said, I hope I get choked. That's what he said. Yeah, he's like, I hope I get choked. 'Cause I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna take my fucking shirt off and show him my tattoos. Yeah.
I am Brian, thank you.
Super fucking unhinged.
A lot of that shit's led me to
Very
here,
typical
my
Zachary
brother.
shit. We came this way?
Sure.
This way? Actually, maybe not this way. Oh, there's oh,
torches
never
right
mind. Okay, okay.
Torch,
I missed some lapis. Oh my god, I dug 1 block straight down by accident and I fucking panicked.
You died.
Torchma. Yeah, this is where we went
Thank you,
up.
Brian. I appreciate it.
Mm.
To say that after not speaking for like 10 years means a lot.
Basalt. Bro, this Minecraft song that's playing right now is gorgeous.
Bro, I've got some creepy ass shit playing from the Minecraft Spotify right now. It's like, so
I just have my in-game music on and it's fucking hitting.
It just doesn't go enough.
Uh-huh.
Hey, good Brian, dude, you had shit.
I've been pretty
to do.
lucky with it today. It's
You
been
were
just
fucking.
on. Holy
You were a
shit.
wee lad with a child to take
Excuse-
care of. So.
He has an enchanted bow! Oh
There's
God, there are
like 18 of
4.
them. I'm not even fighting them anymore. I'm leaving, bro. Just run. I'm fuck that shit. We're getting gangbang. Call that on bingo. Get gangbang on bingo
Cam,
right now.
I'm gonna fucking die. Holy
Then
shit.
just run,
There's
motherfucker.
diamonds!
I'm not worried about it. Genuinely, low Kirk, genuinely. We're lost, man. We're lost.
I was following you. You were following. Were you placing
Stop
more
acting like
torches?
you know the way ahead, like you know the rules, man. There are no rules. We're lost. We're lost.
Were you placing more torches as you were running?
Yeah.
Shouldn't do that. You should go find the torches that we placed to get to where we were.
My goodness gracious.
I was behind you. I was following you, and I was just like
Stop
not
acting
questioning
like you
it
know the
because
way
I saw
ahead,
torches.
Like you know the rules, man. We're lost. Well, didn't we dropped down somewhere, right?
We did. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's gonna fuck us up.
Yeah. Okay, hold up. Where'd you go?
I ran back down the way we came. Big ass, long ass fucking tunnel. So Nasher, no. I'm in Ohio.
Oh my god, this big lava lake has so many diamonds around it though. Okay.
That's pretty neat that you did that, Brian.
Long
It's
ass
kinda
tunnel?
cool of you.
Cam, which way did you go?
Dude, I went west. I went west.
I think this room right here is where we drop down. Where all the skeletons are. This is where we drop down.
Oh. Okay, well,
Yeah.
that would make sense as to why my original torches disappeared right there.
Yeah. Like I'm like 99% sure that this lava shit is where we saw diamonds when we first dropped down.
Okay. Well, then let's.
We need to kill them.
We gotta build up, man.
But there's like too many skeletons. We have to kill them.
Alright, let's go take them out.
We can
Knock 'em
kill
out!
them, and then there's more diamonds nearby we can grab before we go up.
Oh! Well, you motherfucker. Come here. Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Bro, I'm getting them. We got 4 zombies coming up.
Okay,
from
see,
the
look,
rear.
right up here, above, right here, there's a torch. This is where we fell down.
Okay. I don't know where you went.
I'm right here where we just killed the skeleton.
Hang on, I'm fighting off a horde of walkers right now. I got too many walkers. Jojo, I'm surrounded by walkers. Fuck off.
I'm coming.
Get him.
All right. Get these fucking diamonds.
Bro, imagine
And
if they had
then-
walking skeletons in the Walking Dead.
I have 15 diamonds. All right.
We don't call them zombies, we call them boners. Oh yeah, right here.
Boners. Yeah, this is where we land. We came from up there.
Yeah, we're gonna have to build my staircase, ma. Absolutely, Brian. Absolutely. Everyone is, everyone. I mean, goes for really anyone in the world. whether it's you or anyone else in chat. Like everyone's
right.
their own person. Everyone's
Dude.
got their own fucking shit.
Dude.
Everyone goes their own shit, you know?
Oh,
everyone,
shit.
everyone does their own fucking thing. So can't really make judgments about how other people feel about
I have 3 hearts. Can you kill that
I
skeleton?
got you, motherfucker, dude!
Jesus Christ. I couldn't fucking stop to eat because his ass was on my dick.
I got a arrow in my ass from a boner man. We don't call them this, like, bro. They don't call them zombies. We call them walkers. We call them boners.
Right. That was really effective. We came back with, like, how many diamonds you got?
Bone man. I got 11.
5?
Yeah.
I have 15. We came back with 26 more.
That'll make up for all the fucking failed enchanted
For real.
fucking pickaxes we got, bro.
Yeah. If we get a fucking 4th diamond pick with fucking silk touch, we're gonna have to reset this fucking world. Bro,
Oh,
look how many
literally
I
deleting
brought back 4 stacks of lapis lazuli. Look in that fucking chest.
Oh my god. I stopped mining it after a fucking certain point.
We're gonna need it, so.
Alright. I got iron ore like fucking classic Minecraft, so that's funny.
Where'd you put your? I have
cooking
some of your
that.
iron ore as well. There you go. I threw it in there.
Deep slate iron ore. And there's
Damn.
dude, we got so much iron now, motherfucker. Check
Fucking
that shit out,
4
man.
fucking stacks. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
I actually have like almost no cobblestone. I got mostly deep slate. Just because of where we were.
Yeah.
I have
the deep
calcite.
slate.
I guess calcite should also go in the ice chest.
It's the deep state. I knew it. They're turning the frickin' frogs gay. The deep state.
No, I'm gonna put calcite in the decorative. Decorative? Can't even fucking talk.
Last time I spoke, you were playing Phasmophobia forever ago, and I'm still at it. I'm still at it, bro. I was playing
Go.
Phasmophobia yesterday on stream. Something never change. The
Alright.
frickin' frog gay. It looks fun. It's a hell of fun.
I still need
It's a
a
good time.
horse.
It's in a bad state right now because they've been working on updating it, and they kind of fucked a lot of shit up in the process. But it'll get back to its old glory. Oh, we have our fucking 6 runners of bingo. Cozy Corner Gaming Mom, Spartan, Lemon, Genevieve, Venom.
I'm back up to level 18, which means I got
And,
10 levels
Bren.
from all that shit.
Check your bingo card. Okay, why does it keep making my voice high?
Yay.
Why is my voice?
Well, that was really
Why is my?
adventurous.
Hey, Aaron.
You know, I kind of want to go right back down there because we really didn't even go that far.
Check your bingo cards.
And I want to go get all those fucking diamonds by that lava lake. High key, high key.
Yeah, well, dude, I feel like we should save the diamonds for fucking when we have a fortune pick.
I mean, I guess. But we haven't even started strip mining because we haven't dug down far enough.
Oh, because I was a gamer
Right.
girl yesterday, yeah.
I can't believe we got down to 10 iron and then had to go get iron and came back with almost 4 stacks.
You're damn right. I gotta make more picks, man. I'll stick to my League of Legends. Hey, that's fair. I mean, listen. Everyone plays what they like. Everyone does what they like, you know? Ain't one thing better than the fucking other. That's just the way it is.
Oh, Kirkanually.
Low Kirkanually, a wombo.
It's kind of ridiculous how much iron we got.
Exactly. Having a good
See,
time.
I want to put
balling with
lava in there,
bros.
but when I did it before, the whole fucking house burned down. And I don't
remember
know
that.
why.
I'm just
I don't
throwing
know-
this fucking garbage ass
I don't know
shit
why
down
the
there.
house burned down though. That's what I'm confused about. Cause like the lava is like, it's like 6 or 7 blocks away from any piece of wood. The closest wood is the ceiling, but even then it's 4 blocks.
Yeah,
Five
caving
blocks?
is definitely more profitable than strip mining nowadays. Strip mining is no longer the meta.
No, it's not the meta. It's just something to do in your spare time.
Yeah. Oh, I just typed E on that sign.
Is that a Charlie shirt? Yes, it is.
Charlie Kirk.
No, Charlie Swan, the actual DILF.
I can't really play.
Kirk, not even
God, I
Erica.
fucking kicked my monitors. I don't really we strip mine into caves. I don't really play cozy games. Sometimes they make
I mean that's pretty much what I do. Like my strip mining was always really
just my brain works bad like that.
If you do it right,
I'll get too cozy. You don't want me too cozy.
Lucrative.
I'm
if
a
you
sleepy
do it in
guy.
the right zone as well.
I'll go to bed. It says Buzzkill. It says Buzzcole. Buzzcole. It's an artist I saw like a month ago. They were
How
very
long have we
good.
been playing on this server? Since the beginning of April? Or was that the end of April? When was the first Minecraft sponsorship? It was in April.
Probably like 6 or 7.
We've been doing every Monday except for the 3 weeks where Phasmo had me in a chokehold, so
Yeah.
it wasn't worth it. So quit playing this and play Phasmo and say it wasn't worth it.
No.
It was not worth it.
Still knows music, dude. I still love
Yeah,
music.
it's
everything
probably been about
I just don't. I ain't up on the stage.
probably
no
6
more.
play sessions we've had. Maybe.
What?
I want to say we've had like 6 sessions.
Probably like 6 or 7. You were asking for that one.
Yeah.
I need a motherfucking
Give me this horse armor. You already have diamond horse armor.
Yeah, take it. I know. I just threw it in there because I don't fucking want it, man. Shit. I don't fucking. You don't even have a horse.
Also like every time you find a dungeon, you're just like, look, and I go to look, and then all the chests are empty.
You want to know what was in that dungeon? You want to know what was in that dungeon?
I'm just saying I haven't
bread
looted a
and
single
cobwebs. Both of those chests were full of crusty, dusty ass.
Okay, first of all, some of the stuff you have in your chest you can just put in the miscellaneous section, right?
Bro, I just opened this chest and I dumped my garbage into it because I hate organization.
Okay, well put your shit that you don't want in my chest instead, and I'll organize it.
Thanks.
Unless you want me to go through your chest.
No, bro, you can just leave it because my organization. It's chaotically organized to how I. Okay,
no.
You're taking things. You're taking things from my chest.
I am.
And now I'm gonna have to fucking look around it. Jesus Christ. Thanks, Brian. And now I got a stage in another way. You know.
I needed this.
Different
You
kind of
had
stage, a much
64
larger
sand in here.
stage.
Do you remember like an hour ago when I was like, oh, we need more sand because I can't make any bottles?
Oh,
You had that fucking sand in your chest the whole time. If you just put it where it went, then I could have made bottles.
Sorry, I threw it away once. Whatever, man.
The brewing session is done. I just don't remember. I don't remember any recipes.
Oh, you have to
I
Google
know that we need
netherwort, glass bottles.
we need
water,
we need
a cauldron.
netherwort, waddle. Oh yeah, a cauldron. That's what I didn't
Waddle.
make. Waddle. Yes, we need waddle.
Waddle.
Well, at least
Man,
now we have
waddle
iron,
away.
so we can make the cauldron. Couldn't have made a cauldron before. Wait, how the
There's
fuck
there's
is
been some there's been
Is it a full?
a couple streams, Brian, where we've had like close to like 10,000 above
Is it a
10,000
full 7?
people in here, almost 20,000 people in here before.
It is.
Granted, it's very special occasions
I
in
have
which that has
cauldron.
happened, but it has been greater than in an arena amount of people
Waddle.
inside of here, and it always
Waddle.
it makes me happy. Waddle. Sometimes I just like to dump on my chest.
Yeah. I have a sticker for that.
Dumping on my chest.
Yeah, it's called shit on my chest.
Waddle. When he waddled away, waddle.
Oh, bless
She dumped on my chest till I.
Can't we have so much fucking iron now?
Happy Pride.
Oh, that was.
Listen,
it's
and now I'm
so
doing
fruitful.
amazing trade deals. I've opened up the Strait of Gay Moose, Happy Pride. And I've now started the trade deals with the villagers I've trapped in the basement. And quite frankly, they have Giving me great deals. Happy Pride. Oh yeah, sorry. It's not the straight of Hormuz. It's the gay of Hormuz. It's Pride Month. Fuck.
Yeah, it's Pride Month. Yeah.
There's no straight in Pride Month. It's the gay of Hormuz.
Can you only get magma cream from the Nether, right?
Yeah, the magma slimes, the lava chicken lava slimes.
Yeah.
And he waddled away, waddle, waddle, waddle.
Oh, I don't have a chest for horses yet. It's fine.
I have whiskey for my men and beer for my horses, or whatever the fuck he says. Beer for my whiskey for my beer horsemen.
Yeah. I know what you're talking. Yeah, I'm picking it up. Yeah.
It's like whiskey for my men and beer for my horses, something like.
Something, yeah. Okay.
Right. Beer horsemen.
We're a tiny bit more organized. Do we want to put this fletching table out somewhere that you have your thing?
No, I don't need
it's
a
not
fletcher.
really useful.
I don't need a fletcher, man.
Fletch my.
You can fletch my balls. Good seeing you, Brian. Come,
Right,
you don't be a stranger now. You come
cooking
back
up all
here.
that fucking iron sure
We're here
made
all the
my
damn
XP
time, brother.
hurt less. Nice. Look at our storage now. Just this one chest. We almost have equal parts diamonds to iron.
Hell yeah, bro. We're fucking rolling in it.
Yeah. We just need need an XP farm. We need an XP farm somehow, or we're never gonna be able to
Well, guess what? Guess what's in the end? An XP farm. Like the best one. The best one ever. And
Yeah,
I
but
know
I
how
don't
to
feel
do it.
if you want to go kill the dragon, I'll go with you and help you do it, but it's gonna be a fucking disaster without at least potions.
I don't think that's true.
Okay.
Well, we got enough to make diamond armor. We got enough to make. We need diamond swords. You need a
You
bow.
really want to make diamond armor without any enchants on it, though?
You don't need to.
You don't need to, but it's just a waste. It's such a waste.
Well, then don't. You don't need diamond armor. You have iron armor. Yeah, fucking
You
leather
want
armor.
armor.
Listen,
need to
the
make it
dragon
happen.
doesn't really kill you unless you get up in his business. All right, you'd kill the dragon from a distance, like Legolas.
You can't really kill him from a distance because you have to climb all those fucking towers.
Like you shoot the towers from the floor.
You can, if you're lucky.
Dude, you're overthinking it. I'm telling you right now, the dragon will take us 10 minutes tops. Godspeed,
Well,
Brian.
borderline, at least we need a bow. We need a good bow. I have a
Exactly.
bow with the curse of vanishing on it.
Okay, well, that's not very helpful.
It's not helpful.
I can do a level 30 enchantment on a bow, on a boma.
I don't have a bow
On
with a tower or
Peanut?
anything. I just have an
The burnt
unbreaking bow
Peanut?
that I fished up.
Man. He has a
Enchant a
troubled
bow,
past.
see what happens.
I don't really
I'm gonna
watch
fish
him.
my-
I honestly do not have an educated enough opinion. Some people fucking love him. Some people hate him. I could not fucking
You
care
wanna know how
less.
I always beat the dragon when I did it
But,
before?
You know, if you're that popular
I
doing
would
something, then
grab
you
a
probably-
diamond pick
probably
with
worked your way
like
for it.
efficiency 4 or 5, whatever I could fucking get on it as high as possible. And then I would mine inside the middle of the towers all the way up spiral staircase, and then I would break that shit from underneath.
That is the most ridiculous, most roundabout ass way to kill the dragon I've probably ever heard in my life.
It was just safe. I like never took a hit. Just running from tower to tower sometimes.
That
It was
is
pretty fast
crazy.
when you have efficiency.
Yeah. I mean,
But
there's
I
no
was
wrong
also,
way to
like-
do anything in Minecraft, but like, that's rare. I've never heard of anyone doing that before.
I mean, there's definitely worse ways to do it than that.
All right. Well, I've got 48 arrows. I can make more. Do I have flint?
48 arrows is not enough.
Yes, it is.
If you hit every one of them.
You don't need to hit every one of them. Bro, I said I can make more. I just need flint. And guess what? I have a shovel with fortune on it.
Why do you have a fortune shovel?
I found it.
That's fucking funny. I mean, that's the only thing a fortune shovel's for is getting flint, so.
A level 30 enchanted shovel. Where the fuck?
Too bad we can't break the diamond blocks with our shovel.
I know. Thanks for the lurk, Every's blue. Okay, that's on hardcore mode, Devin. Every other time I've fought the dragon in my life, it's been a fucking breeze. The Ender Dragon is literally like baby butt cheeks, man. It's like, it's easy. You go there, you make an Enderman XP farm, and then this fucking game is wide open.
I got a name tag from fishing. Interesting.
Hardcore. Hard hyphen core. Your phone's like Chat GBT, bro.
Were you trying to go do that tonight?
The dragon?
Yeah.
I can. I just need to get some arrows.
Well, there's not enough for both of us to have a bow and arrow. So.
There can be.
Depends on how much flint you're able to get. Thanks.
I cut them thin.
Thanks.
Fortune 3, buddy.
Yeah, but you gotta find the gravel.
Oh, I'll find gravel.
I mean, the best place for gravel is literally underneath all this water. I'm looking at gravel right now.
Oh, you are? Okay.
It's under the water.
Well, it's not always underwater, but you know.
No. I'm just saying, like,
sometimes.
literally the walls and the floor of this, like, mini ocean around us is all covered in gravel. Because it's, like, between biomes.
That's not gravel.
I did a wee bit of fishing. I actually should cook up all this fish that we have.
Hell yeah. Dude, I'm getting flint on every block because of Fortune 3. I've never gotten this much flint before. Flint and steel.
Flint and steel.
Why is
I
it
have a
called
whole
flint and steel
stack of fish.
if you craft it with iron?
Minecraft doesn't have real steel.
You know what I have that's real steel? My fucking
Magic.
balls. I don't think I've ever used a fortune shovel on gravel before. This is insane.
Never?
No, I'm not used to shoveling gravel, and it doesn't even give me the gravel. It just gives me the fucking flint. Like, I've gotten
funny.
0 gravel this whole time.
Where's my hoe? I left the hoe somewhere. I
Cool
actually don't know where
XP
my
farm is
hoe is.
fishing up enchanted rods. You can bind them for
Suddenly,
max
it's not
rod.
my
And I use the
hoe.
grindstone and all the
No
enchanted stuff.
mo.
I fish up. It's a good book.
Did I
It's-
break
like if you
it?
just get an XP farm down the end, and you can just fucking
Why is my hoe gone?
just fucking
Weird.
you get unlimited XP. You get mending on anything.
Oh,
you
here
can
it
just
is.
have infinite
It's in the
tools
weapons chest.
and be
Weapons.
cruising.
Yeah, fortune on gravel goes crazy.
Yeah, I already got 30
2,
flint.
3,
I could
4,
actually only
5.
mine 30 pieces of gravel with that shovel, but do you have feathers?
Fuck ma. There's feathers in your chest.
Featherma. It's actually pretty easy to make arrows because when you, like, per arrow you craft, you get 4.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
I need to expand our farm. Like, I need to build us a farm. I need to just get on here one day when you're not on and just fucking build.
Hello, Simon. All right. Do you have any arrows just lying around?
If there's any arrows, they're in the miscellaneous chest.
Okay.
That's where I stack them whenever I get any. We should probably start putting them in the weapons chest, though. Now that we actually have
The
those.
weapons chest. I high key might like do I yelled over the phone because the people who worked on Friday messed up a balloon order. Oh my god, Noah. That's so fucking ridiculous. Not a balloon order!
There's a bow.
How could you fuck up a balloon order? I might, TBH, actually, Loker genuinely, just do like a level 28 enchantment on a bow. Or some shit.
That'd probably be fine, honestly. I'm only level 21. I wonder what this would give me. Could still get power.
How the fuck does it go from a level 9 enchantment to a level 30 enchantment? That is fucking bonkers.
It is fucking stupid.
Oh, level 30 is showing me power 4 right now. I could easily get a level 30. I just need if I trade some villagers, some stuff, I'll be level 30.
You're 28?
I'm level 29.
Oh, yeah. You could also take my fishing rod and go catch like 3 fish and you'll be level 30.
I can trade some paper. I got paper.
Let's see.
So I talked to a manager and accomplished nothing.
Yeah, for real. How's it go from level 10?
Like if you have anything
Ooh,
to
but 10 has power too.
Yeah, my level 30 was
power 4 for me. Yeah. Well, fuck I'm level 21. I don't think I can get 9 levels tonight.
21. Okay. Well, I don't know if I get this. Oh my god, this fucking skeleton. If we can, like, I'm gonna get the sugar cane. We can sleep, make it morning, go find some chickens, get their feathers, and then we can make enough arrows and be chillin'. I can give you most of the arrows since I'll have a power 4 bow. I won't need as many, so I'll just do more damage. Because, I mean, once you get the dragon low enough, he just flies down to the ground. Like, you don't even really need to use your bow to kill the dragon. You just need to use your bow to shoot the beacons.
We have 88 arrows right now.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Let me put this shit away and let me breed the animals. We'll get XP for that too.
Trying to fucking break the crops.
Oh, I need fucking carrots.
Carrots!
Ah.
Get me some sugar cane.
Holy shit.
Into paper.
My cows are all adults.
Alright, it's a pretty solid way to get XP, actually, by trading. Dragon's a girl?
High
Okay.
you get a lot of fucking
ever,
XP
I'm gonna
for
kill
breeding
her ass.
animals. Oh.
Wake up, motherfucker! It's time to trade! Get out of bed.
Oh, fuck, I don't have pigs. I thought I had pigs. I don't have any pigs.
Alright, I'm level 30 now. Bro, trading with villagers gives me the fucking, the penimus, man.
What'd you trade them?
Paper, bro.
For what? Well, like, what are they giving
Emeralds.
you?
That's the whole thing. We use the emeralds to then buy enchanted books.
Yeah.
But we get to choose what enchantments we want.
Put this back.
Put this back, Carl. Alright. Get me level 30 enchanted bow. Fuck it. Ooh, nasty. Power 4 and unbreaking 3. I'm down.
It's not bad.
I'm down. That should have lasted me a lifetime. Sniper.
I don't have shit. I don't feel like making a fucking weak ass bow with that's level 10.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really have to make a bow right now. Again, like the dragon is like hardly bow combat. Like it's mostly your sword. Because you hit him when he flies on the ground.
I have always just shot him to death. But I usually don't go do the dragon until I have a bow with infinity or whatever.
Infinity bows are kind of whack because then you can't get mending on them.
Yeah, but when I was doing that, mending wasn't a thing.
Times have changed, buddy. The dragon lands now.
Yeah, I don't care about having infinity. I just use the infinity for that one fight, and then I just didn't care.
All right. Well.
I need a
Let's
grindstone.
sleep, and then we can go kill some chickens, get a little bit more arrows. It's almost time to drag these nuts.
Why is Ticketmaster showing me an ad for Pitbull with Lil Jon?
Wasn't that
Is
tour
that
like
happening?
forever ago? I know it was a tour, but
Unless they're bringing it back. Why is Ticketmaster not showing you Haley Williams tickets? Oh, you had a little bot that was looking for that shit. I don't trust your bot. You should just be looking. Looking regularly.
I'm gonna go find some chickens. Probably ride my horse to go find some chickens. Beer horseman.
I'm a fucking fish while you're gone.
All right.
I do not want to go fucking fight that dragon with a weak ass bow.
Weak boma. Fuck am I looking for? Food?
One spark, this whole place goes up. You mean because the house is made of wood?
It's pretty
Why would there be a
ominous.
spark?
Anyone else have the displeasure of trying the Mountain Dew cream soda flavor?
I've literally
they
always
made?
made my houses out of wood. And in fucking how many years? 15 years of playing Minecraft, I've only ever had 2 houses burned down. And one of them,
Fortunately,
it started
do
burning
not
while I was in the
drink
room,
soda.
so I just fixed it. And the other one was because someone burned my house down on my server when I wasn't on.
Go build your own fucking house, buddy. Go build one that won't burn down.
Why would my house burn down? I don't have anything in my house that's hot. The furnace doesn't make sparks. I don't have lava and I don't have fire.
I hacked
house is
Ticketmaster to
fine.
get Pitbull tickets.
If I was
that's
gonna
true.
make lava or fire, I would change it to not wood. 'Cause I have a brain.
Found a chicken!
Nice.
Multiple chickens.
You should breed them and then kill them.
No, it's too late, man. They're dead to me.
They burned down your house. Yeah. People used to be fucking rabid on my old server. This was like literally 13 years ago. I had a Minecraft server for my YouTube subscribers I let them play on. It was all like 6-year-old kids. And they fucking
Oh, no.
would just wreak havoc on everything.
Typical Minecraft audience.
Yeah. Ooh. I got a flame book.
I've never really had a wooden house burn down either. If your fucking wooden houses are burning down, dude, you got some. Like, you,
I don't- yeah,
you got other things to fucking
all
worry
you
about.
have to
Someone's
do
cursed
is-
you.
If you're gonna put flame or lava in your house, you just have to surround it by stone. It's not really that hard. Put a lid on it, you know?
Where my chickens at?
These days, you don't even need a fucking, like a pit of lava or whatever in your house because you can just make those fucking, like with a hopper and a chest that goes into lava instead.
Must
Right,
not
yeah.
be many
Like how
chickens in
chimneys
the
are made
savannah.
out of bricks at IRL because houses are made out of wood.
No way. I've located some more chickens. Okay, please. How did I not one-shot that fucker? This chicken's made of steel.
Steel.
The steel chicken. Okay, well, I only got 2 feathers still. Okay.
Also, I think cobblestone houses are fucking ugly. So.
And there's stone brick.
Yeah, but to do stone brick, you have to cook the cobblestone into stone, unless you have silk touch, and then you have to brick it.
Which we have plenty.
We do now, yeah. What, mama? That's crazy. He sleepwalks as well? What fucking ailment does your son not have? Poor guy. Sleepwalking is bad.
Probably a few ailments that they don't have. Like
lots of things can inadvertently catch blocks on fire. Like what? Like what?
Go! You go build your own house. Go.
My house is fine. Thank you though, Chainsaw. I have been playing Minecraft for 15 years. My house is more than fine.
OBS is free. Minecraft is $20 or some shit.
It's like $28 now. I don't know. $28. The price of it.
And
I bought Minecraft when it was $13. That's how much I paid for Minecraft.
I'm still instructing. You can name your stream how to build a unflammable house in Minecraft. How to build a house that won't burn down in Minecraft. And once you name that your stream, you hit go live. And then you can get a live stream and where you show people how to do that. It's free and easy.
We also live in a biome where it doesn't rain. So like not even lightning is going to strike our house. Like I'm thinking of the most unlikely things that could happen, and it's lightning, and it can't even happen in this biome. We're in the savanna biome. By
Fireproof
the way.
is the word, right? Right.
So, yeah.
Well, how about you, Nick? You fucking go live, and you go to Just Chatting. You title your fucking stream "Fucking Vocab with Nick." All right? Fucking tell me how to build a fucking house. Fucking tell me how to use fucking vocab words.
Okay,
I can't do shit.
Wasn't there a version where fire spread infinitely? Yeah, there's an option where once fire spreads, it never stops or some shit like that. You can also turn fire spread off in the settings.
Bro, since when did chickens not just get fucking one-shotted?
I don't know. Yeah,
Find another donkey!
I always build my houses out of wood. The only time I build them out of stone is if I have like a pretty stone, like stone brick or something. I really like, you know, when you take regular stone and you cook it again into that smooth stone, that's my favorite. Smooth stone is my fucking favorite block in Minecraft to build. It's so gorgeous. But it looks dumb at a large scale. That's why I made the floors out of smooth stone.
Oh, that's sick. Wait, if you use a spear on horseback, it does more damage?
Yep, that's why that zombie was kicking my ass, remember?
Damn.
He was on a horse and he had a spear. He literally would like hit me and do like 6 hearts of damage. It was fucking crazy because it was like day 2 and we didn't have any fucking armor.
Okay, that's why these chickens aren't dying in one hit. That's what's... Okay, you gotta use a spear on horseback.
So you're on your horse doing it?
I'm not running around killing chickens, bro. I got a waste of my stamina. I'm out here slaying chickens.
I have a lot of salmon, so you can go get a cat. You gotta find that white kitty that keeps running around here. I got 2 more saddles. So many saddles! Me swimming in saddles. I like that new deep dark stone. Can't remember what it's called. Deep dark? I don't know a lot about the deep dark. I haven't played consistently since it came out. White glazed terracotta. That's a good one too.
That's what they called me in high school.
White glazed terracotta.
Yeah.
Or deep dark. Yeah, the terracotta with the colors is so pretty. I used to build lots of shit out of the like baked terracotta. Man, I wish I had any of my old servers to show you guys because they're fucking crazy. The shit that I built was nuts. This house is basically a fucking backyard shed compared to anything I've ever built before.
All right. All right.
Pale oak. Ooh, pale oak is real pretty too. Yeah, and the cherry.
That's that new shit.
Yeah, I haven't had a lot of experience with the new shit.
I know PvP physics in Minecraft, but I could not for the life of me survive in Minecraft. Yeah, Simon, that's why your opinion's invalid. All right? Talk to me when you can survive in Minecraft like a real fucking gamer. All right?
Ooh.
All right, I got
We're
so many
fishing.
fucking feathers and shit, bro. We're about to... Oh my god, we're armored up, Jojo. We're done. We're good. Time to fight the dragon.
You're armored up. I don't have shit.
Bro, get a bow!
I don't want to make just a normal ass bow. It's such a waste. Well, there's so many fucking saddles. I have to make a chest just for saddles. This is crazy.
You will win the Hunger Games match.
I don't
bro.
know. I
don't
can
need
get
to
a
play
bow
Hunger Games.
with
You can take my bow.
no. I can get a bow with like power 2 on it. Yeah, power 2. I don't know. I might as well. Power 2, unbreaking 1. It only took 2 levels. It's fine.
Destiny. You keep talking about Destiny, bro. You keep talking about a game that will not exist in 3 fucking
I've got a
weeks.
bow.
All right. Take down 3 blocks each night. The fuck? Just gently.
How many arrows are we
All
taking?
right. There you go. All the rest of those arrows are yours if you want them. I can give you more. Fuck it. Take those too.
No. How many do you have?
A stack.
I have a stack. That should be enough, right? If we both have power bows.
Yeah.
Oh, I fished up a fishing rod with lure
Playing it
2
right
and
now.
unbreaking
Not-
3 on
not-
it.
Not for long.
I could combine.
Not for
How
long.
much does that cost? Oh. Wait, what the fuck? I didn't grab it? Luck of the Sea, 3,
I just put
Lure
bacon
2, and
in there.
Unbreaking 3, but it's 21 levels. That's crazy.
All right, we got a bunch of fucking fish. We got a bunch of fucking food, man. I'm taking some food, and then I'll make some on. Grab my armor. A high key might just go ahead and do an enchantment on my diamond chest plate, because if I die, I'll just lose all my levels, and so I may as well use what I got.
Yeah. I mean, I was
My friends
probably
play
just
with
gonna
mods
make
and never
some
explain
unenchanted armor just for the fight.
what we're doing wrong.
Cooked food, raw food.
Fuck it. I ain't getting any better. We have so many diamonds. We fucking may as well.
Fish, pork chops, baked taters. Do you have baked potatoes? There's some in here.
Oh yeah, I got so much food.
Okay. Yeah.
About to make some glowing blue boots. Just a random, just a fucking dragon that's in the mod pack.
I forgot we had a whole fucking chest of just books. It's up here.
Yep, from the fucking library we raided.
Yeah.
Fucking Babylon. Oopsie, that shouldn't go in there. Oh, we have a chest of just eggs. Alright, so we're gonna need just food, bricks, and our beds.
What the fuck am I doing?
Mod packs are fun. They take a while to get into, but once you get into them, it's pretty smooth sailing. You just have to like
What
kind
is
of pick
the,
one mod to learn and then go with it.
What did you say we needed? Beds and what?
Beds and just cobblestone to fucking build with. And also water buckets. What happened to my water buckets?
Your buckets are in your chest.
Okay. I'd recommend water buckets. It's gonna be crucial.
Just one?
You can bring. I'm bringing 2. You never know. Should probably
We
make
have
a sword,
infinite water
sword,
source
sword.
upstairs. You forgot already, didn't you?
Yep. It's okay. It's not fine. I got infinite. No, I can work in the ocean. I can work in the ocean. Hey, 49er. What's behind me? What's behind me? Behind my. 1, 2.
I have no nun names. They have that shit locked down like Fort Knox. I can find every single person these priests had interactions with. Well, that's good.
What if I'm behind you? You consider that? What if I'm behind you? Think about that. Picture that with a Kodak, won't you? Picture that with a Kodak, huh? Better yet, go to Times Square. Take a picture of me with a Kodak. Do you like my sword, 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 my diamond sword, sword? You cannot afford, my diamond sword, sword. I have a patent. All right, I'm ready. I'm ready. I've never been more ready.
Ooh, I should get blast protection on my boots.
Blasphema.
That would be helpful, right?
I think feather falling would be my favorite conservative anthem. Blast protection is good for creepers.
Blast protection, does he not hit you with explosives?
No, he mainly blasts you up into the fucking air and throws you to the ground. And then
Is that not a blast? It doesn't count as a blast?
No, because it's just the fall damage that kills you.
No,
Not the fall that kills you.
I'm trying
it's
to
hitting
see
the
what
ground.
each of these give me. Regular protection. And just unbreaking. No, blast protection for my boots is like the best option I have. I guess I could get protection 2. Yeah, on that. Now I have depth strider.
Oh
Fuck me.
god.
Fucking useless.
Yeah, now you can move fast in the water.
Ah, so helpful. Projectile protection. Fire protection.
Well, that's pretty nice. Pretty nice.
That's a pretty good one, yeah. Same for the helmet. I can get double fire protection. It's a good enchant, but I don't need it for what I'm doing. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, again, once we get the end, we get an XP farm, and we have enough diamonds to like remake things. Once we have the XP farm, it'll become easier to do. Like, we can get enchanted books and whatnot from the villagers and whatnot.
All right. Well, I just went ahead.
You're fully diamond up.
I went ahead and threw level 2 shit on all my armor because I had pretty good, like, honestly, I got really good RNG in that table because I did the protection 2 chestplate first, and then it re-rolled, and then I got depth strider on the boots, which isn't helpful for the dragon, but it's helpful for like a shit ton of other things. And then when I rolled depth strider, it gave protection, fire protection for the leggings, and then the fire protection rolled protection 2 for the helmet. So I just have like triple stack protection and then depth strider. So not bad.
Hell yeah. All right. Well,
sleep and then go.
Yeah, grab our beds and go in the morning. It's time.
It better be easy, like you said it was.
It is.
Or
You got
I
a
need
water
50
bucket and
gift
building.
subs.
Okay. Well, and if it's easy and we blast through
I
it,
tell you what,
50 gift subs.
I haven't seen 50 gift subs in like 4 months.
Yeah. Well. I don't even know what a sub is.
We're going, yeah?
Yeah, I'm gonna grab my horse.
Wait, where the fuck are you? Wait, I'm going the wrong way. I'm stupid.
I think you were going the right way. I think it's across the desert, ain't it?
I don't have a horse still.
Oh, no, it's
this
not.
is so fucking annoying.
Oh, it's not across the desert. Oh, well, bring a saddle. Because we'll probably find a horse along the way.
Well, at least I have Depth Strider.
Can you bring a saddle with you? We might find one.
Ugh, I already left.
Okay.
We didn't find a horse on the way over there before the first time.
Okay, that's fine. It's this way.
By the time you get your horse across this water, I'll already be at the end. So.
Whatever you say, buddy. You
Because
do
I
have Depth
have-
Strider. You're fucking swimming.
I'm fucking gone, right? I'm fucking gone. It's probably faster for me to stay in the water than it is to get on land.
Hey, I'll catch up, man. I'll catch up. Just wait till my fucking hooves hit the dirt, man. You're in the dust.
I'm in the dust.
You're in my horse's dust.
Which food is the best for saturation? I don't remember. Is it steak?
Probably steak.
I wanted to make a kelp farm because kelp is also really good, just
Or
like
like
potatoes.
mushroom stew or some shit. Fucking
Yeah, something like that.
the shit that's hard to get is usually the best. Golden
carrots.
There you
Okay,
go.
well, non-enchanted food. Like food that you can just grow. What's the best one?
We don't have texture packs. These are just shaders.
Yeah, these are just shaders, yeah. Not using a texture pack. Oh, that's true. Moose steak. Oh.
But a moose steak is never a mistake.
I just heard something suffocating, and I think that's a bingo call. I don't know what the fuck was suffocating, but something was. But a moose steak is never a mistake. Thank you guys for running bingo so fucking attentively today. It's been massive. I appreciate it.
Like steak or pork. That's what I thought.
It's an armadillo
Just
getting
cooked meat.
scared. Oh, whatever. Whatever.
I want to say the last time I checked it was steak, but I don't remember when that was. At least a few years ago.
That's fine. Working on my build.
We're halfway there.
Halfway there. Whoa. Amber got a W. Shout out. Look, here's some horses, motherfucker.
I don't know where you are.
Well, I'm almost there.
I'm running a straight line to my marker, and I don't see any horses.
I got whiskey for my beer men horses.
Oh, there are horses. I see them. Nice. We didn't see those last time.
No.
They're cute black ones. I'll have to come back for one.
No.
Maybe we get a saddle while we're in there, and then I want to.
There are doggies here.
Oh, sorry, Zoe. Oh, she's not even in here. Okay. I'm gonna turn her camera off then. I had no idea she left.
Do camera on. Can I have some whiskey? No, thank you. A problem. Honestly, I don't even remember where we entered the stronghold from. I just have my.
See, I was smart and I put my marker at the top where we entered. Oh, and then I fucking fell in a cave. Oh.
Well, you know, that was a very good idea, actually.
Yeah, it was. Sometimes women are smart. I am almost there. I'm 220 meters from the marker.
Okay. I need to put my horse in a hole because I
Bro,
didn't
what
bring
the fuck?
thing. What?
I jumped off a cliff and landed in water while I was sprinting, but I have depth strider, so I was like, zoom, like all the way fucking down. It was so fast. Shit was crazy. Do you see me on your map?
Not yet.
I'm only 40 meters away from my marker.
Okay, well, my marker is right above the end portal.
Okay, well,
I'm building a giant cobblestone tower.
I'm standing at our marker. Why do I not see you on my map?
Maybe we're not close enough. I am not playing this song.
Okay, well, I'm at negative
Spotify from Minecraft's
1509.
Profile.
121.
Negative what?
1509. Positive 121. This is our staircase.
Wait, we
You're
are
gonna make a
so
big-
close to each other. Oh, I see you on my little XP bar.
Oh, there you are.
See, it is useful.
Yeah, but it's annoying when I'm trying to like fish and I'm 5 feet from you and it's like, there's Cameron.
Oh, I did have a little fence post for my horse. I didn't grab a lasso though.
Oh, you didn't grab a lead. Where'd you put your horse?
Over my other marker.
Oh, he's just buried.
Waypoint name.
Barryma. Burma.
Okay, sorry.
Is this end fight? Yeah, we're gonna fight the dragon. I'll never fight the dragon
Playing on
without
Bird Force.
potions,
Where
but
does it
Cameron's
actually play in
impatient, so-
game? The end. Once we get to the portal, I'm gonna go pee before our big battle. I have to piss ma.
Oh, I don't
before
have
piss my
any
pants.
torches. That was probably a bad idea.
I have some torches, but we don't need torches in the end once we're actually there.
No, there was just a dark spot in that stairwell. Light it up.
It's a music disc. Oh, okay. The trial chambers. Oh, neat. God damn, fucking really dug down here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this fucking freaky music just started too. Hell yeah. Look, there's my torches that lead us directly to the portal.
You know what else leads me directly to the portal? My fucking waypoint. Kind of. Maybe.
It's on
Yeah,
this
it's
way?
down here. Wait, no, it's not. It's over here.
Oh, yes. Cockma.
Xbox, turn off.
I
I forgot to bring my fucking bed!
Are you serious?
Yes!
That was the point. That was the whole point.
I know! Okay, it's fine. I just won't die. I just won't die.
Well, you shouldn't
Oh,
die
wait, we can
anyway.
share one. We can share one. We can share one. Crit Hacks is right. Crit Hacks is right.
We can share a bed?
Yeah, just put it down out here. It can just be a spawn point for both of us. Okay, I'm gonna go pee real quick. Don't let me
I didn't
die
know we
or
could share
whatever.
beds.
Yeah, just for
That's crazy.
spawn point. Okay, be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Chat, 1 second. We're gonna go fight the Ender Dragon.
Actually, low-key, I'm gonna go piss also. I bet I'm back before Cameron. Burb. Piss percent. Let's go. I'm already done. My hands are still wet. I didn't dry them all the way. Hello? Will anyone die to the Ender Dragon? Oh, we better fucking not. Or I will literally cut Cameron's dick off. Do you remember, I'm still in this Minecraft? I've been in here for a while. I still don't have my cape in my inventory, though. That's crazy. This is a really sick spawn for this world on Bedrock. I have faith in you, not Cam. If I die, I will be so furious because I wanted to wait a few more weeks. I wanted to get potions. I wanted to get fully enchanted armor. I wanted to get a strong ass bow. Rushing to the end just to get the elytra is so dumb to me. I couldn't give any fucks about flying around on an elytra. Cam wanted to fly. Yeah. I wanted to fly. Oh, they are crit hacks, but there's just no reason to rush. There's no reason to, like, rush to the end just for those, you know?
Okay, I'm ready. Is Jojo ready?
Okay. I'm here, yeah. I'm in the hole
we have
with
a
you.
channel point prediction up. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, this is it. It's time!
Well, just so I know, because you obviously do this shit very different than me, what is your game plan?
My game plan, we're probably gonna spawn off the island. We build a little cobblestone bridge to the main island. We go in, we use arrows to destroy as many towers as we can. Once we get the towers down, then we focus on the dragon. Once we hit the dragon enough with arrows, he'll come down to the ground and then we just start smacking him with swords.
How do you shoot the things off those towers when they're so high?
You just aim up. Aim up. And then if an Enderman sees you, put a bucket of water down. Like, I mean, usual Enderman strats, you know? Or like,
I don't think I've ever
build a
had that
tower.
happen, where like an Enderman saw me during the fight.
All right. Well, lock in, baby.
Okay.
I'm jumping in. If they're covered in if they're covered in iron bars, you can shoot through the iron bars in the corner.
Okay.
All right, just as I expected. All right, cobble bridge. Oopsie. All right, let's get in here,
Aren't
baby.
the shaders fucking sick? I was looking at that too. I was like, bro, the fucking
Yeah.
end looks sick with the shaders. Honestly, though.
I fucked up the staircase a little bit. All right. God damn! All right, here we are. The end! Let's get it. Remember, no rushing.
So you said you can shoot through the...
You can shoot through the covered ones by
corners?
aiming up the corners of them, yeah.
I haven't shot a bow and arrow in this game in so long.
Enderman shelter here. Dragon being able to clip through blocks? Probably not. The worst thing the dragon's gonna do to you, honestly, is fucking launch you like 100 fucking feet in the air. You just gotta be ready to try and water bucket.
Yeah. I can't see where my arrows are going.
Got him. Ooh, fireball, fireball!
I can't tell. Did you get that? Oh, fuck me.
Fuck me, man. All right, got one of the covered ones.
Okay.
Yeah, the end looks real good with these shaders. It's like the aurora and shit coming out of the ground. I love it. I love it.
Ow! What the fuck?
Got another covered tower.
Why the fuck are the Endermans attacking me? I did not look at
Water
his
bucket.
fucking ass. I did not look at his ass though. What the fuck?
Sometimes they're just built like that, man.
I don't think I have hit a single fucking
I'm getting them.
one of these things.
There may only be a couple left.
Yeah, no, I see one up there. Hey, dragon. Chill out, buddy.
High ass FOV, you're damn right. Oh, I see one. Okay.
Yeah, I've been trying to aim for that one. I don't know why I can't hit it. Ow, ow!
Oh, you're aiming a different one than me. Cool. Perfect. Hoi! Oh, come on. It's a little too high. A little too... Oh, that was too low. Hoi!
Seriously,
Come on,
what made
man.
these Endermen attack me? Because I did not look at them.
God damn you!
Pissing me off.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That's a high-ass tower, man!
That is a high-ass tower.
I got it!
can't
I
get
got
it.
it! I got it!
There's
Okay.
still one more, though.
Yeah, there is. Oh, you got an Enderman
I'm
on
fucking
you.
stuck because I have 2 Endermen on me. I don't even know what happened. I was looking straight up in the fucking sky. I did not look at these fuckers.
Dude, you gotta come here with a pumpkin on your head.
Yeah. Okay, well, at least I'm keeping them busy.
Yeah.
I'll just look at every Enderman in the distance and you fight the dragon. They've gotta be almost dead,
I
right?
might, yeah, I think it's this last tower. I'm just climbing up the adjacent tower. I might get fucking dragon mogged, honestly. He loves to knock you off the
careful.
high tower. Oh, there's 2 more towers up.
Yeah, I don't think that you've seen the one that I've been aiming at.
Oh no, I see it.
Oh, I got one!
Nice!
Or something. I got an
Wait, you
achievement.
got, how you gonna, it's like you shot a bow for the first time in your life. All right, there's
I've
that
been
one.
shooting the bow this whole fucking time! I can't tell if I got
Did
that
I get
one
that
up
one?
there.
I got that one.
I don't know.
Okay, that's all the towers.
Now we just shoot his ass?
Yep. Get away from me, dragon! All right, now we just shoot him until he hits the ground. Once he hits the ground, just hit him from the back so he doesn't get attached. Or sorry, she, it's a woman.
Hello, James. Hi, Bob. What are you doing? Watching us fight the Ender Dragon? Get my butt kicked by Enderman instead of the dragon.
I mainly just started watching because I should get that background.
Dude, Jojo, you are getting endermogged, brother!
I really am. Okay, I think they're all off of me now.
I thought it looked like that.
It's a shader, Jade.
Oh, I'm hitting him.
Shooters I have for Java just add wall.
Okay, I need you to
Fireball!
talk less.
Sorry.
All right. We got him like a
I'm
little
running
less
out
than
of
a quarter
arrows,
down.
honestly. 25. That's 25 arrows.
I have 23 left. That should be enough to get him to the ground.
Yeah, if we hit him.
We'll hit him, man. Come here,
Why
dragon.
is he way up there? Come down here.
Wait until he comes down. Wait till he comes down. He's gonna come down. Or she. I keep misgendering the dragon. It's a big, beautiful
Yeah.
woman.
There's a big, beautiful purple woman. Big, bouncy dragon titties.
She's coming down.
Ma, slither your ass down here.
She's coming down. Nice! Legolas! 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 Oh, fuck! Watch out! Watch out! Watch out! All right, hit her from the back so she doesn't get attached. You can't hit her with arrows when she's on the ground. The wings flap them away.
Oh, yeah. I thought I pushed the wrong button. I was trying to switch
I
my
may have just
sword,
looked
but...
at an Enderman. No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Nice! Get her! Get her! Get her! Yeah! Yeah! Come on now!
Oh, that was a good shot. Holy shit. I can't believe that one hit her.
Oh, fireball! All right, she's coming down. Hold your fire. Hit her from the back.
Oh, of course she's facing this way.
Yeah, we gotta get around her. Ow!
Woo!
Dude, you got smacked, buddy.
I sure fucking did. I'm gonna enjoy this water puddle for a minute.
I gotta eat my fish. I just wanna eat my fish. Shoot my dragon.
Fuck, I only have 5 arrows left.
It's okay. We're pretty much about to be done with the arrow segment. Fireball! I'm gonna start the electric slide. Slide to the left.
Oh my god, why am I being Enderman mogged again?
Oh fuck!
Cam?
I'm good.
Surviving?
She's just shooting fireballs at me. I don't even think I've got hit once.
I only got hit by her the one time when she flung me up into the air. And I couldn't pull my bucket out fast enough.
Come on, man.
I dropped
to
to fucking 2 hearts when that happened. I panicked. She just wants me. Okay, Enderman's fucking
Famous
dead.
last words. No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
She's coming down?
She's coming down. Come on down, ma'am. Bring her down. Bring her down. Bring her down. Ow!
Ow.
Is that Enderman on? It's Enderman's on you, I think. Or no, it's attacking the dragon. You're good. Yeah, get that bitch!
Okay. Ow, ow,
Oh, no,
ow!
they're on
Why
you,
are
Jojo!
doing
Water! I'll put down water for you, but that
Bro,
works.
these Endermen are pissing me. I've never had this happen ever in an end fight. Ever. Never ever had these bitches come at me like this.
Oh, damn, she just shot dragon breath at you, Jojo! Watch out!
Ow! Fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Jojo!
Oh my god.
I got you.
Fuck, I'm gonna die. Ugh. She fucking put her flame shit in my water bucket.
Oh, fuck, you still need more water, Jojo! You need more, Jojo! You need more water, Jojo! Don't do the fucking car alarm, guys. Come on, I need to be able to hear comms. Clear comms.
Get her!
I'm getting her! I'm getting her with the crits! Yeah, baby! Come on now! Hoi! Ah! Water bucket! Fuck, I fucked up the water bucket. I fucked it up. I'm good, though. I'm good.
This is not good. I can't do shit because of these Endermen.
You can also build like an Enderman hut. Be easier to fight them off from. Because the water makes it hard. I'll build a little tower
heal
here.
back up.
Yeah, hydration time. Real fucking funny, buddy. She coming down again?
Okay.
She's coming down again.
She's coming down. Oh my god.
You gotta hit her from the back so she get attached.
Wrecked by the Enderman! It's not even a dragon, it's just a fucking Enderman! I'm so
the water
pissed.
bucket! The fucking water bucket! Oh my god! She sent me
annoying.
100 fucking miles! Oh my goodness! I'm goated as fuck, dude. Holy shit balls! Oh my god. Oh my, okay, she's alright, she's down, Hit her from the back,
Fuck.
Yeah! Yeah! Come on now! I got a little Enderman safety hut here too.
Oh, I hit her!
Damn, nice.
Let's go. Come on, bitch.
You thought I was
She's
dead
coming
this
down?
whole time? The fuck? I'm hitting her from the back. Oh, fuck.
I got fucking flamed. Oh, fuck.
Did I finally get an Enderman on me? No, I'm good. Maybe I did. I got my first Enderman on me. Come here, bitch.
That's a good idea.
Nice. She coming down? No, she's just
I've got like
swimming.
fucking 2 arrows left. Are you muted, Cam? Or are you just not talking?
Oh, fuck me, bro. I forgot I pushed a talk on. My bad, my bad, my bad, my bad, my bad. Sorry, I'm so fucking locked in.
She's coming down. She's coming down.
Okay, sorry, I haven't been fucking hitting push
Alright.
talk. Hit her from the back! My comms failed, my comms failed. I completely forgot I pushed talk on. I just entered a primal state like I was back on hardcore solo.
I have 1 arrow left. Oh, I just fucking accidentally shot it. Fuck.
Oh, she's coming down.
Okay.
Which way is she gonna face?
Oh, fuck.
This is it, this is it, this is it, this is it, this is it! Come on! Dude, she's so close!
This would have been a lot easier with some
No,
splash
dude,
potions.
I think I stopped talking because I did like a 500 fucking block water bucket. And I think it made my life flash before my eyes a little bit too much. So I went non-verbal on the comms, but I survived. It was
You
very
have to shoot
impressive.
her. I can't shoot her anymore.
Okay, I only have 8 arrows left.
Oh, I just picked up
She's
1
coming
arrow.
down, she's coming down.
Okay.
Oh, wait, we can get her on this volley if she gets her tail right. Yeah, here we go, that's it. What? She was there for 1 second!
What? I hit her 1 time and she flew away. Okay, I have 1 arrow. I'm gonna hit her with it.
Dude, my fucking... My prediction's about to
Got her,
pay
she's
out
coming down.
massively.
She's coming down. She's coming down.
Ow, ow, ow. Watch out. Don't get hit a billion blocks in the air. All right, this is it. This is it. This is it. This is the volley. Come on.
No,
Damn it.
One more. Okay, can you hit her? Because I don't have any arrows.
I got 7 left.
I'm saying I'm a good shot, but I just
I'm
don't
waiting
have
for
any
easy
arrows.
shots. There we go. Oh, I hit her. Oh, she's so fucking close.
Oh, come on.
Damn it.
Oh, so close. I'm getting under pearls.
Damn it. Watch out. She's coming over you.
I see her. I see her.
I got 4 shots left, but I mean, if she lands one more time, we're chilling.
Yeah. Come on, bitch. Come down. Are you taking a break from Faz while they fix some issues? Yes.
Watch out!
Yes.
Watch
I am.
out! You got dragon's
I'm
breath.
fine. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Got her! Oh my bro, she's got 1 pixel! She's got 1 fucking
Let's
pixel!
go! Get your ass down here!
I got 3 shots left. I can knock her out of the sky. I
Yeah,
just need a
just-
clear shot.
That's a good shot. That's a good shot.
Yeah!
Get your ass down here, bitch.
Let's go, baby. I'm gonna take a bucket and collect some of her breath. Maybe. If I can. Oh, you can only put it in glass bottles, I think. Never mind. Yeah, you can only put it in bottles. I'm tripping. All right,
Oh,
I'm
the,
level 61. Jojo, come here and get some XP. I don't need any more XP. I'm level 61.
Holy shit.
This is the Shure SM7 DB.
34, 40.
All right, let's get the egg.
Yeah.
Wherever the fuck it just went. Oh, it's right here.
It's right here. Yeah. Well, how do we get? How do we?
We mine under it.
You just. And then it falls, right?
Well, you gotta put a torch under it.
Yeah.
And break that. And that's the egg, baby.
Nice.
Here, I'll let you get the achievement.
Nice.
There's more? No, there's not more. We fucking owned that shit. Great work. And
That was
now
good.
we jump in.
Roll credits.
Whoa, it's a very cool end credit screen.
It's still so funny to me that they put the end credits screen here still after all these years when this isn't the last thing that you do. Like, you would have thought that they'd moved it.
Dude, I had a massive fucking gamble on that shit. On us dying.
I mean, I didn't look at what it was on my stream, but we had a gamba over here too.
All right, I'm gonna skip this.
Let's see. 238,000 channel points went to... Oh, fuck off. How do you skip it? Oh, just space.
You can just hit escape and it'll bring you back to the...
Oh, okay. Sick. Let's see. Let's see.
Let me clear my
Will
queue.
anyone die during the Ender Dragon? It was 65% yes, 35% no. So it was a big payout.
Yeah. Big payout.
Big payout for sure. Thanks for having no faith in us. Well, actually, I think chat told me they were like, we don't think you'll die. We think Cam will die. And I was like, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, no, dude. I only angered one Enderman and I only got hit by the dragon once and
I did get low. I did get
Actually,
low. Like I got down to 2 hearts, but it was because I got whipped into the air. But also like I never looked at an Enderman. Like my fucking cursor was in the sky the whole time. And then I would just start getting hit in the back from an Enderman out of nowhere. I've never ever had that shit happen to me. No idea.
Grab your bed. Let's head back home.
Yeah, let's fucking go.
We did it! The game's over. Simon paid out.
Yeah.
Sorry, buddy. Feels good, man. I told you we had it.
I mean, it could have been way fucking easier if you had just waited like another play session.
I remember the blaze rod. It's honestly, it's harder to get blaze rods than it is to fight the dragon.
Yeah.
The Nether's is ruthless. Fucking close quarters. Fucking
I mean,
you're on fire
especially
and
like
shit.
since they expanded the Nether and like changed it and added fucking biomes and shit in there, I've barely touched the Nether. I fucking hate that shit. I'm like, oh my god, I have to go in here.
Almost to a million?
Like I like the
How many do
forest
you
and
have?
shit. That was
Yeah,
my
the forests are
500th
cool.
prediction. Yeah, how do you fucking know that?
Damn.
My 500th prediction.
You want to say 500k? Oh, you're halfway there.
All right, I'm gonna run home.
All right.
Go get your horse. I'll meet you there.
All right. Deltarune chapter 5.
Oh, your bot knows?
Oh my god.
Mm.
Yeah, now we gotta fight the
fucking-
warden, and then we gotta.
Okay, but it's also nighttime while we're running home.
Yeah.
I mean, I do have my bed. I could sleep real quick if you log.
Sure.
Let's see. Put my bed down. Before there's any zombies.
We can fight the wither, get ourselves a beacon. And
All
we
right,
have
come back
all
in.
our winners on bingo, by the way, guys. So
Hell yeah,
check
dude.
your cards, and then we're
I have
good.
only, I'm a fucking Minecraft LARPer. I've only ever beat the Wither one time.
I think I've beat the wither like twice, but I like it's
probably-
hard, but
it's fucking very hard.
But there's ways to cheese it. I think I've only ever just cheesed it. Like there's, you know, if you just cheese it, you're chilling.
When we beat it, it was like a whole server of us. We beat it, but we tried to do the cheese for it and it failed somehow. And so it just fucking wreaked havoc everywhere and like everyone died 20 times, but eventually we got it. Like it was rough.
Yeah, I think the time that I did it, I just fucking built it into a little hole in the ground and then.
You know what else fucking happened? This was the craziest thing that's ever happened to me in Minecraft ever. Is we had a bedrock server. And I specifically was like, do not go fight the Ender Dragon while everybody is offline, because like everybody wants to do it. We'll schedule a day to do it together, blah, 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 whatever. Someone went and did it when we were offline and something broke on that bedrock server and the Ender Dragon came into the overworld and destroyed everything.
What the fuck?
Never in the history of Minecraft have I ever seen it happen, but I logged in the next morning and there was a fucking Ender Dragon flying around blowing up houses. And I'm like, what the fuck? I was so fucking pissed. I was like, okay, I'm nuking the whole server. We have to restart everything. And I went back in the logs to see which motherfucker went and did that shit. And I banned them forever.
Good. They never came back. And it was Nick, by the way.
It wasn't. I actually thought it was cool because Cool was like, he was like all ready to do it. And he was like, I can just go do it myself. And I was like, no. Cause like people will be pissed if they do it without them. I was like, we'll just like wait a few days and I'll like make an announcement or whatever. And then we came in the next day and it was fucking flying around, burning cows to death. Like It's a crazy thing. Like, I kind of wish there, I mean, maybe there is a mod for it, but like, I kind of wish there was a mod to just have an ender dragon spawn in the overworld because like, it was wild. It was really wild to just like, it was like being in fucking Skyrim. There was just dragons flying around, lighting everything on fire. It was nuts.
I should have played the Skyrim theme during the dragon battle.
Oh,
well,
fuck,
we
I'm
have
drowning.
the egg. We can spawn the dragon again.
Yeah. Go whoop his ass easy style whenever we're more prepared.
Dude, it gave me fucking 60 levels of XP. Well, more like 40 levels of XP because I was already almost.
There is a dragon mod different from the ender dragon. Yeah, no, this was the ender dragon.
Yeah.
And what's crazy is it was like an official realm as well. I was like, I didn't even think this kind of shit could happen.
Simon was saying earlier, he's playing on a server with a dragon mod. There's actual fucking dragons, not the ender dragon.
Yeah, the dragon mods are cool. I've definitely seen
Craft,
those.
like very briefly, like
yeah, it was like it's, I don't even know if it still happens. This was like fucking how many years ago? Like almost 10 years ago that this happened. It was like right after realms became like a common thing. But yeah, crazy bug where someone goes in to fight the dragon, and if they die while doing it, the dragon spawns in the overworld with you. Is what the bug was. Yeah. Crazy shit. Oh yeah, these are the horses. I need to come back and get a horse. Little black horsey. Gaben having the mainframe.
Yeah, Gaben has a lot to do with Minecraft. Dude, I'm still like aiming my cursor at the ground like I'm still on the fucking end. I like stare at the ground the whole time at the end, and then I like find a path to drag my mouse up to the sky without looking at Enderman.
I literally just looked straight up at the sky. Like I never even looked down. I was shooting straight up at that tower. And I was trying to like change like small pixels to try to hit that fucking thing. And it was just missing. And then I was getting railed in the back by a fucking Enderman. And I was like, what the fuck's going on?
Some
Like,
people love to get railed in the back.
There was never an Enderman in my crosshairs, ever. I got attacked by like 10 of them.
Sometimes when the Ender Dragon flings Enderman in the air, you can like look at them while they're flying through the air and just not notice.
I don't know. Shit's crazy. Back in my day, Endermen weren't so pissy and you had to look at them for like a couple seconds for them to get pissed.
Yeah, my day.
Back in my day. I have end stone. I have an end chest already. Bro, I got a lot of pearls from that. Not that we need them, but I got 10 pearls from all that shit. Oh, I have the dragon egg. I'm just gonna put it in the end chest.
We do need pearls because we'll need pearls for the Enderman farm. So we need to get an Endermite.
Leaf litter. Oh, that's cute.
We'll put the Ender pearls
Some
in
leaf
the end
litter.
chest.
Oh. Leafma.
Leafma. Put those pearls into the
They're in the chest over there. They're in the minerals chest.
Oh.
Or wait. No, they're in the end chest.
I moved them to the end chest.
Oh, okay.
Pocket Edition Minecraft? Oh my god, you can get mods on Pocket Edition? My Dragon Ivory has ruined my base 15 times. Simon, you gotta figure your shit out, buddy. Okay, well, we can do a lot now. The end has allowed a lot of great things.
Yeah.
A fucking XP farm, elytras.
Yeah, but in order to go to the XP farm, we have to go 1,400 blocks that way. It's not.
We can make quick ways to get there.
I mean, yeah, but
Or
it's
the
just,
portal.
it all takes more time than if we had fucking found like.
If you get but dude, no, it does not take more time because you can literally stand the XP farm for 2 seconds and get 30 XP or get 30 levels in literally like 5 seconds.
No, I know that. I just mean like in order to build the shit that's gonna get us over there faster and build the XP farm, like that shit takes a while.
No, because we're gonna get elytras and we can just fly over there.
Okay. Okay, Dad.
On-screen ad timer like jog goat. Oh yeah, I probably can.
No, this bow wasn't half bad really.
A little ad timer.
Power 2 and
Yeah,
unbreaking.
shit does damage.
Bro, at 41 levels, I fucking forgot until just now. I'll make a pick.
I'm level 61. Our ads over? Yeah, ads are over.
Efficiency 4. Do you think it's gonna give me Silk Touch?
Yes. Efficiency 4 and Silk Touch incoming.
Oh man, if it happens a 4th time, I'm gonna throw up. Oh, I didn't get enough lapis. I'm an idiot.
We just defeated the Ender Dragon. What'd you get?
Oh!
Fortune? Did you get Fortune?
Fortune 2. And Efficiency 4 and Unbreaking 3. Literally goated! That's the pick. It could only be a little bit better, but yeah. That's the pick.
Just needs mending on it, and then it's fucking
Does need
gas.
fucking mending. She's gonna go right here in this corner.
Yeah, not Fortune 3, but...
Not Fortune 3, but still pretty fucking good, yeah. But that's why I'm gonna go fishing. And try to get us mending books. Fishing is also good XP, so...
There's a new bingo card coming up the... Yeah, start a new card.
What the fuck is that sticker? Thank you, James. Waluigi time.
Since I've already got the fucking inventory... My inventory set up for the end, I might go back and
right now?
And find an elytra, yeah. Or...
Oh, it's a sticker party. What the fuck is going on?
Sticker party? Is it fucked up?
Why is it playing the Reading Rainbow song? There's no way that's not copyrighted. Amazing.
Yeah, that's crazy. Your YouTube stream's about to go down.
Well, it's like an EDM version of it. This is like, this is some hard step shit.
Enchant for because protect you shall die. You shall
I
die.
twice as high.
You shall die. I won't die trying to get a fucking elytra. It's not that hard. But yeah, I have 61 levels.
I don't know if we
should
still
use them.
have the volume command. It doesn't seem to be working. Oh, it's on cooldown because Fink did it. There you go. Anyway. Yeah, what the fuck are these butterflies? I don't like this shit. Give me back my Zelda stuff. I wish they would make it so that this stuff doesn't get enabled by default when they add it.
Take a look. It's in a book. It's Reading Rainbow. Oh, I should probably make the pickaxe first before I go to enchant, huh? Minerals.
Volume warning.
Get a fucking pick that's not major.
Woo!
Shout out Major.
Maj0R subscribed
Right
to your channel for 10 months.
Oh, brother, we just slayed it.
My
We just missed it. We
God.
slayed the dragon
Why
about
is it so crunchy?
15 minutes ago.
Why is it so crunchy? Was that the THX stickers? Who spammed the THX
Okay,
stickers?
showing Unbreaking 3. Oh, I'm rich in the XP. That's why I'm spending it before I die.
Rip lurkers. Bro, I don't have any
I
lurkers.
just need a
Like,
fucking
shit-ass
I just need
viewership. No one's
fortune
lurking.
on here, man. Okay,
All
I
these people
got
are here.
I got efficiency 4 and Unbreaking 3. I'm okay with that on my pick.
That's honestly really good. That's a
Yeah.
good base pick. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good based pick.
Yeah.
Dude, I can't believe you now have 3 fucking diamond picks.
Well, 2 of them are useless. I need to fucking get a grindstone.
Yeah.
Oh, I got leather boots. Wow. So helpful. Thanks, James, for the sticker and the fucking sticker party.
Should I
Happy
make
Pride,
some
you whore.
more? Yeah, I could get some big enchants on some diamond armor, diamond leggings, and diamond helmet. Thanks for the lurk, Beowulf. Appreciate you.
Bro, I need your fucking sex
Go hide in the
villagers to
corner.
spit out some mending.
Okay, I haven't breeded my villagers in a while, buddy. You're gonna have to give me a sec.
I know.
I can go breed them here momentarily. All right, I'm getting my
I need those
base
villagers to be
enchanted stuff
fucking
to
like a
carry me
Mormon
through.
family, okay? I need them to turn themselves into the Duggars, okay?
Check out this tech, guys. You do your shit like this, you get leggings and helmet in one go. Giga fucking brain.
Why
I'm gonna go dinner
is he not
max.
giving me fish?
Miss World, you're banned for
Thank
fucking
you, I
saying
see
that. I'm just gonna say.
Full sticker.
Oh, protection 4 and unbreaking 3. Oh my god.
On
Oh my
what?
god, protection 3 and unbreaking 4. On a diamond helmet and leggings.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to enchant a bunch of shit before I went back to do some shit that might kill me so I can use my levels.
Yeah.
Cooking fried chicken and
Just be
rice.
safe.
Oh,
Don't
hell
die.
fucking yeah. Baloop baloop. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Gonna go eat dinner. Good luck. You and me, baby, ain't nothing but Mormons, so let's fuck between the couch cushion and soak up those fluids. It's getting horny now.
That's close. You forgot about the part where you raised your 24 children homeschooled and to love God.
You and me, baby, ain't nothing but Mormons, so let's raise our children under the good word of our Lord. Getting horny now. Did you know that Mormons don't believe in hell? It's just called like the infinite darkness.
Oh,
Isn't that
honestly,
ominous?
that sounds worse. Honestly, infinite darkness sounds worse.
You better watch out, little Johnny. You're gonna go to the infinite darkness.
At least hell has like personality, right?
This is just the fucking void. You go here and you're done.
Done.
Outro of darkness.
I
the
can
greatness,
make-
the whiteness.
I can make a mushroom farm, by the way.
A mushroom farm. It's
Yeah,
a mushroom
don't
farm.
you
Where's the
just-
mushrooms outside?
Don't you just need
Sorry, Major. It's because we're playing Minecraft.
you need to build like an underground
Dude, I'm fucking armor
Cave.
mogging. Full enchanted diamond. I'm fucking dripping, bro. Now we just need netherite. Oh, well, when I get netherite's when we'll have the mending books and stuff, shit like that. I'm not gonna use a mending book on anything but netherite. You feel me?
You feel me?
This shit will last me until I get to netherite. Flash forward to me going to the end and dying and losing all my diamond armor.
Yeah.
I don't know. You got that fortune pick, man. That's gas.
It is gas. I might actually take it back down there because in that big lava lake that we found, there was a bunch of
Some
diamonds.
sensory
Still.
issues that kind of fucks for me. What, the fucking infinite darkness?
But I want to go do that shit alone.
Do what alone?
But I guess I do have like fucking armor and shit now though.
What are you doing?
I might go back down to that big lava lake that we found in the mine,
Oh yeah.
in the cave, because there was a bunch of diamonds all around that lava lake.
Yep.
But I just worry about dying. I love you, Mama.
Mama.
Good night.
Maybe before I get an elytra, I should build the Enderman XP farm.
Yeah. Where's all the sticks? Do you have the sticks?
Do I? Maybe. Where are the sticks supposed to be?
In this one. The diamonds and iron thing we need sticks for.
Yeah, there's sticks in there. I never took those. Not touching Major. Hey, you're good, Major. We've all been busy as fuck. I mean, we were just at TwitchCon EU and streaming just fucking hard recently. Economy's bad.
I guess I will
numbers
go
are down,
downstairs. I'm gonna go
you know.
mine.
Just kind of making it through, man. Just kind of having fun, trying to find new ways to do things, trying to find new ways to make shit happen. You know. Trying to decide if I should go build a fucking XP farm. An XP farm would require me getting an endermite, which is gonna be a pain in the ass, but I might have to do so. Yeah, I'll be dual streaming soon. I have that shit set up. I just I was so busy today I did not have time to get shit set up on YouTube. I had to go live. Low Pilk genuinely? Why doesn't Pepsi just sell cream soda since people like Pilk? I really wish you wouldn't say things like low Pilk genuinely. Like, I'm gonna keep it a $1.50 right now, buddy. Oh, you know what I need to build this fucking... To build this shit is a fucking... Oh my god, I need to get like 100,000 fucking...
Diamonds.
Leaves. I need to get a bunch of leaves.
Leaves. Oh, like from the trees?
Yeah, because Enderman can't spawn on leaves, and so anything that you're building, like pathwise, to make the XP farm, you need to build it using leaf blocks. Found some happier mental health recently, so Stream World is one step below priority.
I mean,
yeah,
there's a
dude.
shit ton
And
of
it's
saplings in the
hard to-
chest. Bro,
hard
I just
to,
broke 1 diamond block and got 3 diamonds.
Like, not have it affect you.
Let's fucking
you know?
go.
But it's nice to at least, you know, like, do streams like this where it's just fucking low-key and chill and just Minecraft and, you know, and I can stream together with JoJo, so, like, it still makes me feel
Why
like
are you spawning here?
there's still an audience. Like, because we have both of our communities together. I actually wrote a YouTube video last night for the first time in years. I've been talking to Chad about that today. And, I've not done that in a while. So, I'll be streaming, recording some of it tomorrow. Thanks, dude. Oh, fuck. We should have slept before you went down to the mines. It's nighttime now. Would you
I can
mind
log.
DCing? Yeah, give me just a sec, though. I think I just exclamation point YouTube. Subscribe to Cameron right now. Thanks,
Oh, I
Major.
gotta kill this creeper. Hang on. Oh, or he
Dragon
can
Child
kill
update
himself.
in Discord.
afterwards.
She's big. I'm gonna go look. Hang on.
Bro, I'm gonna come back with like a fucking another stack of diamonds.
I love how you can't tab out of Minecraft. Oh my god, dude. That shit's crazy, Simon. Look at this fucking dragon shit. That Simon's rocking. That's nuts, dude. That's super cool, though, actually.
Let me know when you sleep.
It's good. I almost said it's alive. It's morning now.
Oh, okay. I don't know if you were ready.
Thanks, Ms. World.
Too bad I don't have your fortune shovel. There's a fucking
Drinking my
ton of
entire
gravel
Steam
down
collection.
here.
No, I'm actually, I'm trying to do, I played every Backrooms game. Because there isn't really a YouTube video out there.
I
of
think I
someone,
see more
like,
diamond than
playing
any
as
other ore
many of-
around
'cause
this
there's
lake.
like hundreds of fucking
It's
backroom
fucking
games on
crazy.
Steam. And so I kind of want to like play a bunch of the good ones, play a bunch of the shit ones, and just kind of like tier list them.
Are you seeing this, chat? Are you fucking seeing this?
What?
I see like fucking 5 packs of diamonds already. I already have 11. I've been down here for 5
Get 'em with the
seconds.
fortune.
Oh, I am. Trust me. Don't worry.
I need to find a fucking thicker fucking forest, bro. Like, to get these leaves. Thanks, Devin. I think Fank is a thick forest. Fank is a thick forest. They actually call Fank the thick forest. I might just go fucking shave this jungle.
Yeah.
Yep. Go shave a jungle. Save a horse, shave a jungle. Mr.
Diamonds.
Lost Woods Fank.
Hey, zombie.
I probably have to end stream here
Zombie,
soon.
now
Actually
is not
figure
the
out my
time,
plans
buddy.
for tomorrow for recording
Actually, all
that
of you
video.
zombies.
'Cause I'm
Now
gonna
is not the
have
time.
a few people streaming with me.
Where are you
Did wanna
fucking all
record a
coming
video
from?
again? Kind of desperation to feel like I can still make something original, because like when a stream doesn't do as well, it's kind of hard to
Oh, you fucking cheeky
like
bastard.
feel a material difference in like whether or not you're evolving or getting better in your live stream, because it's not very much of like an artistic or creative thing, and that's very much the kind of person I am.
Bro, every fucking corner I turn, it is diamonds.
Hell fucking yeah.
corner. Bro.
And so having like something else to do to be a creative outlet, to just kind of like be able to come back to streaming.
You can build a house out of diamonds.
And not feel like it's like my only
Jesus
fucking
Christ.
thing that I can do, especially if it feels like it's kind of stagnant. Yeah, film and singing for originality. It's hard to feel original in what you're doing on a live stream platform. I'm gonna be honest. It's a lot easier to show a voice, in something like pre-made content or like videos and whatnot. Mel!
Oh my god, hi Mel.
What it's worth, I think. A YouTube video or I'm so super cool. I definitely watch. Thanks, Lemon. I mean, it's very much in the
Hi,
vein
BB.
of the videos I already
Thank
have
you
on
for the
YouTube.
raid.
Like my videos that I already have on my YouTube, I'm still very proud of, and I think
Hi.
I did a really good job.
What are you
with them
doing?
for,
Oh, you're playing Mecha Chameleon?
like,
I
my
want to play that
first
game so
ever
bad.
shot at making like scripted YouTube videos. So I think I can come back even harder.
Thank you,
now
Mel. I appreciate
with what I've
you.
learned from like live streaming and stuff. 'Cause
2026
I've always
can
deep down
fucking take
been
my
like,
10-inch
I love
dick down the
editing,
throat, man.
and I love like
I'm
writing
over it.
funny videos, but it's hard to not have writer's block, and that's
Yeah, well, how many people can be in a lobby in that game?
dude, you can do as many as your computer can handle.
Really?
Mhm.
Yeah, that's fucking sick.
Yeah, they don't have arbitrary limits. They're just kind of like, listen, your computer might fucking blow up, but give it a shot.
Yeah. It just reminds me so much of like old school prop hunt, and like that's my stomping ground. Like that's my shit.
Bro, it's really fucking fun.
Am I too high? Did I go above the diamonds?
Takes so much time to, yeah, making videos.
I think I went too
It does, but like, fuck, dude, so does streaming, you know? You stream for fucking
think I
6
definitely
hours,
went too
8
high.
hours, 9 hours, 10 hours. But like, you also can't really sit down and just write a video for 9 hours, you know? Unless you have some like super crazy script to be writing. And like an actual topic to write down on. But streaming is much more easy to just sit down and improv, which I can do. But improv doesn't feel as like creatively fulfilling.
Up to 10, or maybe you can
Where
change
the
it. We
fuck
had
did my
6.
horse go? Have you thought of full-time content creation recently? I kind of
now we're
already
cooking.
do. Honestly,
Where the
like
fuck were the
my
diamonds?
like work life situation is pretty much only content creation.
I'm off base. I need to go this way.
Like the life position that I have right now is like super fucking privileged, and like that's why I just want to take the opportunity to do as much shit as I can, honestly. Yeah, and but like the only thing that is consuming in my outside life is my own personal relationships, which I also want to pour as much time as I can as well. Because I've just seen what it does when people focus only on their work.
But yeah, thanks for the raid, Mel. We just beat the Ender Dragon, so now we're just doing cool shit
And just like
instead of
abandon
preparing
like
for
their
that.
lives and shit. And we fucking killed it, okay? We fucking killed it. Ow, ow, ow!
Yeah,
Look for things to listen and watch at work, so I'll pull up your YouTube tomorrow and see
we
what you
did
have
kill
already
it.
there. Yeah,
Though it was
there's
bit
a lot of
messy.
odds
It
in
could
there,
have
but
gone
if you
better.
scroll down far enough to like 2023, nobody died.
Nobody died, but it was very close.
Yeah, there's a lot of VODs on my YouTube, but there's a lot of scripted content, a lot of funny playthrough. A lot of the stuff I was doing on my YouTube was pretty much already kind of like a
Bro,
live
where
stream
are
where I
these
play a game
fucking
and
diamonds? I
commentate
should
on
have
it, but
just
it'd be edited.
built up to them instead of digging.
Major's trolling, Major's trolling. Hell chatter? Bro thinks he's a streamer. He can't even be a chatter. Bro shouldn't stream. He's not even a chatter. We can serve content around stream highlights. I mean, kind of. It's just hard. I don't know. I don't know if I have a knack for that necessarily. I have a passion for like more essay driven stuff than I do like that sort of thing. If I uploaded things like that, it would be someone else doing it for me, honestly, which I just can't pay for somebody to do.
Oh, this is stupid.
Video, but I typically do challenge runs mixed with essays. I mean, that's kind of like what, like, because I want to do like playing all like through all the background games, metaphorically all of them. I can't technically really do all of them. It'd take me fucking forever.
This
but
is so stupid.
What's stupid?
Trying to set. Fucking trying to get to these diamonds, but they're way in the ceiling. So I was like, instead of building up, I'll just dig around because that's less risky. I'll dig up to them and then just come out from the top, right? No.
But yeah, like if I do a video where like I'm ranking all the Backrooms games, I may as well stream me playing them because I'm gonna play them anyways. And so if I can just, you know, download the VOD, my VODs are in 1440p now too. They look just as good as a video recording would. And so.
Oh, here they are. Oh, I'm
like,
fucking goated.
I can just use that as the gameplay footage over top of the actual scripted content.
Okay.
It's very much what I have written right now is just pretty much as an intro for the video, and then the main meat of the video has to come from the gameplay, really.
19 diamonds.
Hell fucking yeah.
That's only from like 5 pockets.
I kind of forgot to go fucking bring more than 1 pair of shears on my leaf cutting adventure.
Oh, shears last like 30 seconds.
Yeah, bro. I was trying to shave my bush. You shaved your bush. You shaved your bush. Carl. Michonne needs to shave her bush. Carl.
Oh no! Oh no, no, no.
Carl.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Michonne
okay.
gave me fleas
okay.
from her bush. You anvil unbreaking on the shears? Oh my, I'm not using an unbreaking book on that, dude. Fleas sound like crabs? No, it's fleas. It's fleas. All I heard was broke. All right, buddy. You know, I'm breaking 3 and mending a shield. That's true.
Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Oh, I'm okay. My fucking sword broke, but I had a backup. We're good.
I think the YouTube content I enjoy rather than
I was
Let's Play.
fighting
Yeah,
2
no one really
baby
watched
zombies
Let's
and
Plays
2 big
anymore.
zombies at the same fucking time. That was scary.
Fucking Filza could never. Dude, we got to be in the same room as Filza. That was fun.
Yeah, it was cool. It was cool.
Filza was at TwitchCon EU, and I got to make a funny joke to him at the Minecraft event when all the partners were getting to check it out early. I said, "Oh my God, it's Filza. He's famous for dying in Minecraft." I watch Markiplier Let's Play. That's because it's Markipliers. Yeah, and people with established audiences like that can do Let's Plays. Like, there's no one else that can literally just post a 2-hour-long video of themselves playing video or playing a video game like that. Like, Markiplier doesn't even need to make thumbnails. His thumbnails aren't even like clickbaity, like horseshit. Neither are his titles.
Oh, we have to come back to this cave. This shit's so insane. Just the sheer visual of it is overwhelming. It's gorgeous.
What the hell? The double donkey jockey? What the fuck? They knocked me off my horse! Ah!
Oh my God.
They're about to kill my horse. They're about to kill my horse. They're about to kill my horse. Oh my God.
Donkey jockey? What
double donkey jockey. I don't even know what the fuck. You're riding a camel or a donkey? I don't know what the fuck they're riding. Get me the fuck out of here. Double camel jockey, bro.
What the fuck?
The jousting jockey, bro. Whatever the fuck that. They made that shit up. They made that shit up. That's ridiculous. My horse is on the brink of death. Oh my god.
Look at this
I did not
fucking
know
line.
that was a fucking
This is
thing.
Beautiful.
Oh my god. Double chunk donkey, double chunk donkey, double chunk
Donkey-
chocolate cookie?
Double chunked?
I
Double
quite literally
chunk
watched
chocolate
Mark
donkey?
scream for 3 hours about a topic. Yeah, that's just his. He just already has that audience. Like someone who already watches Markiplier wouldn't go out of their way to watch somebody else who is essentially just
Yeah.
doing the same thing. They'd be like, well, I would just
Bro, I
go
found
rather
a
watch
5-pack
Markiplier.
of diamonds.
Like you need to
with
find your own
fortune
niche.
too.
That's Markiplier's niche, bro. Ain't no one can take that
That's
from him.
crazy.
Bro dominates a space. Usually zombies on zombie horses, but in the desert it's husk and a parched on a zombie camel. That's fucking ridiculous.
Why won't you die?
Why won't
Knock his ass into lava.
you die? Oh! Oblivion head ass.
Oh, Rizzle. Oh, Rizzle.
Bro, these husks and shit. You gotta be shitting me. The desert is not the place to be at nighttime. I'm gonna keep it a buck 50.
No, it is
I
not.
made
The
a
desert's
mistake.
fucking awful. Do you have a bed? Do you need to sleep? Or
Well, I didn't want to do all that shit for sleeping because you're mining, so I'm just fucking.
I mean, I can log. It's no problem.
Bro, I'm already in the fucking jungle, baby. You're gonna die.
Oh, I was way off. Where the fuck was I trying to go?
I'm out here with my full diamond enchanted armor. Ain't nothing gonna fucking kill me, bro.
I ain't nothing gonna fuck. Let me tell you something, man. Ain't nothing gonna fucking kill me, man.
Freezing cold scorpion hell. Man, I'm strong. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And a little taller. Uh-oh. Thel, I can tell you're deaf because you're approaching me while I'm singing terribly. I love you, Wilbur. Oh, I love you. Okay, you're gonna. Okay, he's playing with my mouse. He's playing with my mouse. Thel, please. He just likes to get comfy and
Oh, you
cozy
fucker.
on my mouse pad and brush up against my mouse and my keyboard. Thel, please. Oh my god, he just. Thel, please stop.
I
He's
didn't bring
aiming
enough
for
forces
me.
down here. That is for fucking sure.
Thel, please, Bubba. Where you going? You're being toasty. Yeah.
Look genuinely.
Low perk genuinely. That's how I describe my nipples. Oh, low perk.
That track.
Lil perk. Low perk genuinely.
Oh my god. It just keeps fucking going. There's so many diamonds. I could fucking eat half of them and you'd still be like, whoa, you brought back so many.
Hey, Thel, you're blocking
Gobble, gobble, gobble.
2/3 of my screen, Bubba. You just gonna stand there? That's okay, you can do that. I don't even know how many leaves I need to build this bridge, but I feel like I have enough already. Thel, he's gonna start attacking my screen. Look at this guy. Thel, you're directly in front of my monitor. He's watching me play Minecraft. Hey, Nads. This is Thel's stream now. You couldn't tell. Oh, I can't point the camera anymore at him. The monitor's in the way. Let him watch. He's watching. Thank you for the 75 stream.
What the
Nads.
fuck? Dude, Zach is so unhinged.
What's the quote you got?
She always killed her lovers the next morning, right? So if I chitty chitty bang bang, I'll be gone the next morning.
What?
Literally.
So if I chitty chitty bang bang. Del, what are you doing? Del has such a big body. And then
Oh my god, I just found a 6-pack. I literally have a stat cam.
Of diamonds?
Yes.
Bruh. W.
And I'm not even
George
done.
W.
I still
Bush.
see 2 more packs.
Del, please don't. He's like he's gonna go press buttons on my stream deck.
Yeah. These ones are gonna be precarious as fuck
Yeah,
to
well,
get to
there's
though,
cats
because
in
they're
this
over
village,
a lava
so-
lake.
One of these villages around here has a white cat, and I will find him. There's a black cat right there.
Hello, genuinely, I'm petrified.
He wants to communicate.
I'm petrified, Miss Piggy.
Once I was afraid, I was petrified. Once I was Charlie Kirk, I was petrified. I went to the Utah campus and I wanted to bait some guy. It did not go very well because they sniped me in the neck. It was the left. And then they shot me cold and dead. Now I go back to the hospital and I'm not making it back and they are carrying my flame. I didn't survive. I didn't survive. Hey.
You had me in the first half. For sure.
Sources are telling me he's stable. Please God, I think he's gonna make it.
Do you remember those fucking tweets after that happened? Sources are telling me that Charlie's actually stable. He's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Those fucking people were coping so hard. He was dead within 5 seconds. He was dead. There's no like they took him to the hospital because that's what you do. He was fucking dead.
He's permanently leaned left. That's so bad, bro. I think for that parody, I think I'm gonna burn in hell.
He's permanently leaning to the left now. That's not even mean. That's just great.
Counting or not counting creeper violence. Counting or not counting Enderman violence.
I just love
R.I.P.
that life finds a way to give karma to the people that deserve it the most.
Well, after singing that song, I think that might happen to me.
No, that's not karma.
The whole song got me off
fuck, a
guard.
fucking zombie just fell on my head from the ceiling.
sorry.
What the fuck? Scared the shit out of me. Scared me out of the shits. This is so scary to do without having any torches.
Bro, I high key genuinely feel invincible with my enchanted diamond armor on.
Yeah, actually, like the things that I fought down here, I would have been dead before in my iron armor. I was fighting like 3 or 4 skeletons at once, and then 2 baby zombies and 2 big zombies at the same time also. It's diabolical, the shit that I fought down here. Oh my god, I found a big ass diamond vein. Oh my god, how many is it? Oh. Oh.
The Golden Freddy.
It was 4.
This world, you're diabolical.
I have
It's
67
so
diamonds,
fucked
Cam.
up, bro.
6, 7.
6, 7?
I have 6, 7 diamonds. I'm gonna kill this skeleton and then come back. Bitch, you think
did you clip
fucking
me singing
think you
that
can
song?
swing on me like that, Skeletor? Come on.
Can we get more 6, 7s in chat, please? 6, 7 in chat if you have ED.
I have ED so bad. They don't even know if they can save me. My ED is so bad.
Reptile dysfunction. I'm gonna die. Why'd they take him to the hospital? That's where the pronouncing you dead people work.
Like I won't allow it.
That's true. No, if he wasn't
Oh, I
alive,
could have just went through this fucking
hospital.
cave the whole time instead of going around the lake. Oh, perfect.
Well, that's too complex of a thought. That's too complex of a thought, Beef.
Oh, perfect.
Oh yeah, perfect.
Oh yeah, bud. That's so awesome.
I'm gonna actually put all my nice enchanted stuff
I forgot about
away.
these diamonds. Oh my god, I didn't even get these ones. Oh shit, a fucking skeleton. Oh my god.
I'm gonna put my enchanted
Skeleton.
stuff away while I go make this bridge in the end. So I don't fall into the void with all my nice shit.
Yeah.
Don't turn around now. I don't want you anymore.
I somehow took my boots off. In the middle of a fight, I somehow took
No,
my
it's
boots
fine.
off.
It's funny
I'm
as
not
fuck.
sure how I did
I'm
that.
not gonna get in trouble for that shit.
Yeah. This is a really strange generation of world here. Oh, more diamonds! More diamond! More diamonds?
Bro,
oh my god.
The greed you hear about in the Bible.
Yeah, the Bible can suck my nuts.
Suck my nuts. The Bible can suck my... I wrote my own
Listen.
Bible. It's called The Art of the Deal Bible Edition. I'm selling it for $60.
Jesus would actually wash and kiss the feet of sex workers, so he would have loved me.
He would have washed and kissed my feet, because I am a straight white man with beautiful eyes.
Oh my god, there's so many diamonds!
How many years have I been streaming? Too many. Only like 3 years.
I'm gonna fucking throw
Like,
up.
A lot. Most of my streaming has been in the past 3 years. I'm gonna be honest.
And when I
Majority of my
throw up and there's more
like,
diamonds, then what?
actually, like 5 years, but really
There's
doing
diamonds
it for
in my
like
throw
3.
up. Mom, I threw up and it's just a stack of diamonds.
A stackama?
Stackma. Mm-hmm.
How long take you to get partner?
I literally
like those
have
5 years.
I have 86
Yeah, consistently
diamonds.
since like late 2023.
I just found 3 more nodes on my way out that I missed before somehow.
Always like to spend time with sex workers in the pool. He was chill like that. He was chill like that. On God. On God. I'll try to be more like him.
Wait. Where am I?
Wait.
Wait. How did I get here? Oh my god, I just found more diamonds.
Once I build this bridge over to my XP farm, I'm gonna hop off Minecraft for tonight.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm doing the same. I was just doing this while you were doing that. Doot.
Or you can do that. Jesus would have probably played Jet Set Radio with me. That's facts.
Okay, I need to go that way to exit. Exma. X, go and give it to ma.
You know, however much we're gonna end up having elytras that'll let us fly to the end portal. It would still be kind of fun to have a little roller coaster over to it. I'm just saying.
That's what I was saying. I was saying we need to farm so we can get roller coasters.
We can make a whole roller coaster park.
All right, imagine just getting on a little roller coaster and riding your ass over to the XP farm. Like, I used to do that shit on my old server. I would make a little roller coaster or like a minecart track or whatever to everyone's houses so that we could get around. And there was like a hub in the middle. You could go to the hub and then you would like switch the switch to go to whoever's houses you wanted to go to. It was cool. I did all that shit manually too. I was a hard worker.
Do I have a bucket of water?
I'm coming home with 85 diamonds. Sorry,
Go ahead and carry
87.
Does anyone know how far away I have to build my leaf bridge from the end island so Endermen don't spawn
Jesus would hang
anymore?
with me? Yes, he would. Quote unquote hang. You sinner.
I am a sinner, and I'm probably gonna sin again. Lord, forgive me. About a few. Okay.
Oh, Isaac, I just saw your fucking video in the pictures and videos of the Zach Baggins thing. I literally brought back
Like a redstone
so many
plane.
fucking diamonds.
Oh my god.
87 diamonds is how much I brought
Potatoes.
back. We now have almost 3 full stacks after making the armor that we have. Disgusting. Where do I put tough? What the fuck is tough and why do I have it?
That's me, bro.
That's what they called me in high
Ain't no
school.
muff too tough.
Oh, I have tough in this chest already.
You shaved your bush.
Bow.
Yeah, tough is just another rock.
Yeah, it is.
You shaved
It's
your
just
bush.
annoying.
You
Shave
shaved your
my
bush. I just want to shave my bush. You shaved your bush. Oh my gosh. RFK saying you shaved your bush 5 different ways. You shaved your bush.
You need to do that.
That was
needs to-
excited. RFK
Yeah.
saying you shaved your bush, but like a question. You shaved your bush. RFK saying you shaved your bush, but angry. You shaved your bush.
That one was fucking diabolical. I'm gonna use this silk touch pick to get some regular stone. So I
Disappointed.
don't have to.
You shaved your bush. That is valid for the Trump call. Okay, what I'm actually gonna do is I'm just gonna fucking park my horse at the fucking portal entrance and hop off right now because I need to do research on what the fuck I need to do to build this fucking XP farm because I need a little refresher.
Oh my god, I found iron. I wasn't even
Come
looking
here,
for it. This is
horsey.
literally getting normal stone. I'm gonna make some pressure plates for the
He just
inside
sounds the
of the
same
house
every
so that
time.
we don't have to fucking open it and close the door when we're running
Yeah,
in and
but then
out.
the zombies can come in though.
No. For the inside. You still have to
Oh,
click the door
right,
on the outside,
right,
but then on the
right.
inside, you can just run out. And it closes
Right.
behind you as well, so we don't let zombies in.
They're all the same.
I usually
organism.
make like a double gate for the outside, but it's not really worth it. So
Wow, what a fun Minecraft time!
and we did a lot today.
It's time to play the game!
Oh, what am I fucking doing? I'm trying to just put
You
blocks
shaved your
of
bush, but
stone.
Pitbull? Oh my god, I can do you shaved your bush, Pitbull, and RFK. Because people have definitely already done it like Donald Trump. I can do Trump, RFK, and Pitbull.
Yeah, you can do that.
I can't believe I can put shit like that on my Instagram and my family still follows me on Instagram.
Even better, honestly.
I'll do it. Follow me on Instagram. Okay, I'm gonna go, JoJo.
Okay.
Bye.
I'll see you probably tomorrow. Or I don't know if we're doing anything tomorrow, but I'll let you know.
I think I've got a collaboration to do tomorrow, so
Tomorrow night?
yes. Unless we
Oh,
had
okay.
something planned that I did forgot.
I mean, we
but-
don't, but it's like, it's
Okay.
Friend Tuesday, so like I just figured.
Okay, well
That's
I'll let
fine.
you know in case anything changes.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. Friend Slop Friday. Everyone say bye to Sharded Chat. Oh, did I just exit out of it? No, I didn't. Bye, Sharded. All right. Guys, if you wouldn't mind, we're still in communion. Not anymore. Not anymore. What a fun Minecraft Monday, guys. I had a great time. Did you guys have a good time? I did. I had a fantastic time. Listen, that was a great stream. I had a good time. If you guys wouldn't mind, please join me on a fucking raid. Listen, we're gonna raid out to rest in peace. Rest in peace. I know I opened the stream with this, but I'm gonna end it too. Rest in peace, Oliver Tree. Let's see, where can we go here? Where can we go here? Don't remind me. All right, who do we got here? Here's where we're going. All right, please join the raid. And actually, let me check one more thing before I raid. Actually, this is what we'll do. My brother's streaming. He's playing fucking a 25,000-year-old game. He's playing Super Smash Bros. Melee, but it's my fucking older brother. Okay? So you go talk to, you go support my brother. I wouldn't be gaming. I wouldn't know what Minecraft was, literally, if it wasn't for him. So, if you liked me sitting here playing Minecraft, it's his fault. He showed it to me when I was like fucking 11 years old on our shitty-ass laptop in the beta. Go get your rock on. Please join the raid. Please say hi to my brother. And tell him he shaved his bush. Okay? I'll see you later. I appreciate you guys so much. I'll see you tomorrow. And yeah, love you.